Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's all right. Here, just bigger. Check it out. Bring up the pages I want. For those that want to listen to India here in the east in Montreal, 11900. All Radio Akashvani, which is All India Radio basically, is coming in very, very good on 11900. So if you guys want to tune that, 11900 strong. Akashvani. So if you guys want to check that out, it's really, really very good. Some music right now. They were in French. I believe there's sometimes at this time a segment that is in English. So there could be a possible English segment coming up not long from now. So there's going to be something to check out. And I'm going to bring up all the stuff that I need. EIBI space. Propagation seems very good right now on the band, so it's going to be interesting to tune around. Let's bring up Preom for number of stations, only 2 hours from now. Let's bring up HF Underground for the pirate activity. 2 radios working right now. I've got the Kenwood R5000 to my left, which is on Akashvani with the end-fed antenna in the backyard. I've got the ICOM ICRD 8500 back up operating with the Shibo GA490 loop, magnetic loop outside. And even a third one, I'll fire up the SDR console with the AirSpy HF Plus Discovery, which will add another radio that I can tune to. And it'll be very interesting to check out what's out there on the bands. So, okay. You could see here that on India, the end-fed antenna that I have definitely beats the loop on frequencies where there's not too much noise. So check if all is okay here. So right, I had my phone 2 seconds ago, which I think I left in the other room. So I guess it's not here. Okay, doesn't matter. And I guess we can start. Nice to have all of you here. Still a little slow start. It's an hour earlier for most people because of the time change. So some people still not in the hang of it. And some people still not in the some people like to come in a little earlier or later. That's later. So here we go. We're going to start. Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We're here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. This is where we talk about radio. Yes, and we have fun with radio and have a lot of radios to have fun with too. So we're going to actually talk about radio. I'll talk about the conditions this week and the solar activity. I've had someone ask me if I could explain a little more about some of the effects of all the activity that happened this week and what would have been a good thing to do on the radio. Even though the radio seemed dead, there were things happening, and I've had a lot of posts that I've seen through this week, particularly on medium wave, which was very interesting. So we'll talk about some of the things that you should actually take care of and do if a geomagnetic storm of this magnitude hits again. And even if it's not as strong, when a geomagnetic storm hits, it's interesting to check out different frequencies and different things. It might seem the bands could be dead, but they could actually harbor amazing signals. So we're going to talk about that. I will talk about the fact that just love my Toshiba GA490 magnetic loop. I think it's a great antenna. And anyways, we'll talk about all sorts of radio stuff and just have fun as usual here. So that's going to be pretty much what we're going to do today. So welcome everybody, welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show. We are here every Saturday, 20 hours UTC. And my name is Gilles. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Here we are a gang of radio geeks. We are here to entertain, have fun, tune the bands, answer questions, and do what, you know, as a nice big gang of radio geeks, what we don't usually do with other people, because this, we say it all the time, is a rather solitary hobby. And this is where we have the occasion of sharing with other people, which doesn't happen very often for most of us. And we're going to talk about a little bit about the weather also here. We've had some crazy weather, some pretty interesting and more coming tonight. So this is crazy because we've had snow, and a lot of it, and it's so early. We don't usually have that much snow this early in the season. So this was kind of interesting this week, and it's going to be very interesting tonight with a mix of all sorts of precipitations coming our way here in Montreal. So hope that everybody's going to enjoy the show. There's a chat room, beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you want to join in and have fun, answer questions, ask questions. Maybe you've been listening, or you're a ham operator for the last 50 years. Maybe you're brand new to a hobby. You just don't know what to do with that radio. Well, you know what? This is the right place for that. And whether you're, one of those that's been around for 50, 60 years or not, there's always something that we learn. I don't think anyone knows everything about the hobby. There's always that little something that, oh, I didn't know about that. Oh, this is new to me. Well, that's the fun part of our hobby too. Our radio listening experience is that there's always something new, and as we advance through technology, new technologies also are coming through. So this is the fun part also of our hobby. Having new ways and this is the fun part of radio. So there's also a Facebook group where you can join in. A lot of activity there when this is over. The Facebook group is where a lot of people post what they're listening to during the week, what they're hearing, asking questions, showing their new radios, their new toys, and just having fun. So this is also a great place where you can join us and have fun with us and continue through the week to share with others. We're more than 4,000, almost like something like 4,300 people now, 4,300 members on the Facebook group, which is pretty nice actually. So the speed is going. We're gonna be more than 5,000 members next year at some point. So hope that everybody is going to have fun and will find it interesting to be here as usual. And so this is the start of a new show. So here, yeah, we did have a lot of snow, and it was wet snow. So it kind of grappled on everything that it fell on. Even my infant antenna in the backyard probably had, at some point, a 2-inch. It was very weird. It's like the thin wire was there, and there was a 2-inch of heavy snow on top that made it go a little down, but it was strong enough to hold it. Actually, we had, at some point here in the southern province of Quebec, almost at some point there was almost 500,000 people without power. It went really high, like 300,000 to 400,000 homes without power because of tree branches falling on the cables. And so that was something. And they were like, Montreal, we should have had maybe a couple of inches, and we ended up having like almost 5, 6, 7 inches. So it was winter, and it's kind of cold for this time of year. It's colder than usual. So the snow kind of stayed on the ground, even though it's melting slowly. But tonight we're supposed to have snow again. They're saying up to 4 inches in Montreal, and then changing into freezing rain. So this is going to be another one of those weird nights tonight with snow and freezing rain. And to the north of Montreal, we're going to have these people there are going to have like a foot of snow. It's going to be a big storm there. But here in Montreal, it's going to be a mixed bag. We're just at the border between, where the rain is and the snow and all of that. So we're in that complicated region. So this is going to be, this is always interesting to check out. So let's go through our friends here in the chat. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Master Players Radio and Television, nice to have you here, Bobby. In Morgan City, Louisiana, WA5107 SWL. And he's sharing the Slow Scan TV event from the International Space Station information. SWL Signals 23, nice to have you on board in Florida. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayfield, Colorado. Bonjour Jean Roche, j'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you here from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. Like I said, 11900. Seems to still be in French. 11900 Akashvani is coming in quite well here in Montreal from India. So, and I have CHU that you might be hearing the beeps in the background coming on the ICOM right here, 7850. So this is, and I do have my SDR. Be checking out what I'm going to tune on this here. Let me check if do we have a yeah, we have a nice signal from WWV on 25 megahertz. So propagation seems to be not too bad today here. We have J Projects. Nice to have you here from San Diego, California. Listening to CBRs currently. Cool. Megan, nice to have you here from Colorado. And a beautiful 74. Tim in Texas, nice to have you on board. And 5TGS, always nice to have you on board. Brian Leisner, can't make it this week, literally on a plane. So coming home from Florida to Philly. So have a good flight. David Ward, nice to have you here from Temple, Texas. WA5253 is WL. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board. Doing okay. Yeah, not too bad of a week. David Ward is sunny and 85 in Central Texas. Blogger nice to have you on board from a very temperate patio in Central Virginia with a bag of far too many radios. Brian Leisner says he will get the GA490 next. Don Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330 SWL in Sun City, Arizona. RJ Dakota, hot day today in Winsville, Missouri. WA0113 SWL. We have Jean Arash says that's a nice way to define us, a gang of solitaries. Yeah, we are. I mean, I most of the radio geeks that I've met are rather, they're in their little bubble. They like to do their little radio stuff. They're not, necessarily people that will go out with a gang, and it's more of a lot of us are pretty much defined in a certain way of as being happy in our little man cave. So kind of it's kind of that. I'm a mixed bag. I'm a guy that will be a party animal with tons of people, but I totally enjoy being alone in my little man cave, doing my little stuff. I'm one of those. When we were talking about a friend of mine was talking about the pandemics and saying that what she missed is the fact that she couldn't see a lot of people. And I was telling her that was not a problem for me because by nature, I am happy being alone. So the pandemic didn't really impact me much on that side because it's like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm with my radios doing my stuff. I got no problem with that. So, it depends on all of us. We are all different on that, and LN321, nice to have you on board from, I believe, from Norway. Nice to have you here. Kamikaze76 from West Michigan. And Don Royal says you can never have too many radios. Nope. David Ward says 11 meters booming this afternoon. So there's a lot of stuff happening there. We can actually go and check out. I'll tune in the Kenwood here on actually up. Let's see. Oh yeah, Super Bowl Channel 6. So I'm listening to Super Bowl Channel 6. It's full of signals, which is 27025. And it's pretty strong right now. So lots of thing happening at the upper frequencies. Definitely. Sean Arash, do you listen to the snowplow guys? I have several frequencies that I've gathered through the last couple of years. They're still very active. And what I do is I have one of my, actually, this one is one of them. The Pro 43 will often be the other one. I listen to analog on this one, the Pro 92. Or the Pro 43 also that I have, which is not very far here somewhere. And I also, now with the ICR 30, which I have right here, I have been listening a lot to, so let me just unscrew the antenna here, okay. So on this one, I've been listening to other companies that are snowplow and all sorts of related traffic. And I listen through with this ICOM ICR30. I go to the UHF frequencies and use the NXDN digital mode, which has a lot of activity. So that is one part. And I like the snowstorms, or when they're going to actually get the snow out of the streets. It's a lot of fun because here on the way it works is that the trucks that actually get filled with the snow, with the snowplow, is they are, private companies, and they all have CB radios in their trucks. So when they do when they decide that they're going to actually get the snow out of the streets here in Montreal, I always tune the CB bands because you hear all the trucks talking, and they actually use that often to know where the snowblower is, so that they could actually get to the correct street, so that it could be, in line waiting for their turn to be filled up with snow. And they go dump that snow actually very close to here. I live right next to where they dump the snow, which is an old quarry, which was called the Francon Quarry. And that is where they now dump the snow. They used to dump it a lot in the St. Lawrence River, but because of the pollution that it creates, because the snow, city snow, is not very clean, they decided to dump it there because it's all rock, so the bad stuff stays stuck in that hole and it doesn't go anywhere. So this is where, but it's a funny thing because we had a couple of years with a lot of snow, and so much, in fact, that they were showing, even this summer, they were showing that even though it's very hot in the summer, it doesn't all melt. So at the bottom of the rock, at the bottom of the quarry, there's still a huge pile of dark black snow that just doesn't melt and stays there year after year. And because we had a lot of snow in the last few years, it actually is growing, and it grows to a point where if we have another winter with a lot of snow, they end up that the hole is all filled up, and they have to go with trucks and plows to actually move some of it away, because they just can't dump snow anymore in the hole because it's filled up to the brim. So it's kind of funny. So in the summertime, the snow doesn't all melt. There's too much of it in that hole, and because it's in the hole, also there's parts of it where there's not a lot of the sun doesn't reach much of it, so it just stays there. And apparently that dark black soot that's over it actually protects it from melting, so it stays there all year. So anyways, I listen to the CB radio because I listen to these guys that are on the CB. So if I know that they're going to get the snow out on my street, if I want to know where they are, I just tune to the CB bands, find the correct crew, because since there are multiple crews at the same time, there are multiple CB channels that are used. So it's kind of fun because it makes the CB channels alive, and that makes them a lot of fun to tune in the wintertime for that reason, and hearing all of those. So this is kind of cool, actually. So, it makes for a lot of activity on the radio when there's snow and all of that. And when there's big snow, when there's a big snow storm, also during the storm or during the bad weather, definitely listening to a lot of the commercial stuff. Like, the shipping companies, all of those companies that are on the road for different reasons, they're kind of fun to listen to also, because they are live in that, bad weather on the different streets and the different roads. So you could actually kind of feel how it's going. If it's, if it's snowing very hard, if it's blowing snow and it's hard on the roads, you hear all of these guys talking, saying how bad it is, and you're kind of part of the action of what's happening out there. So I like to do a listen on the VHF, UHF, mostly UHF range, but some VHF frequencies also. with all of that happening, it gives you an idea of how bad it is out there when there's bad weather at the same time. So that's kind of fun. Don Royal, I am waiting for rain. So here's a mixed bag. Brian Leesner, the day I'm coming home from Florida is when the nice weather takes over, of course. Blagadai, feeling guilty about the 70-degree weather here. Well, don't, you could, but, don't. I'm okay with the weather we're having. But 70 degrees is nice. It's just a nice point for going outside and just enjoying the weather and with a couple of radios. So it's pretty fun for that. Brian Leesners, thank you so much for the PayPal. Much appreciated. And anybody else? I don't have I can't see the PayPal. I don't have my phone, so I can't see who sent anything. And by the way, as we're starting, if you like what I do, don't forget that there's the super chat here. You can click the super chat and send a donation through PayPal. Through YouTube. And of course, the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal at the usual email. If you use the official Shortwave Radio at gmail.com, it also works. They all send to the same place. And remember that anybody that donates, we are at Christmas. Santa will be giving away 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships. And he will also be giving away a surprise box, which I think is going to be very nice. So this will be, all of your names will be in a little hat. And, well, good luck to everybody. And I hope that you enjoy. So thanks for the donation. You have no idea how they help out and how they really make things happen. Purchased a brand new Bylon for my infrared antenna, thanks to that with the money. My GA 490, that new antenna with the money. And of course, I'm looking always at what other radios. I haven't gotten a lot of radios recently for the main reason that they have become overpriced and too expensive here. I mean, give you guys an idea, the Malahide DSP2, that looks kind of nice. It would be one that I would find interesting to get. Lowest price here in Canada, around 500 to 600 Canadian dollars. I'm not paying that for that thing, that's for sure. So that's why the radio purchase have gone a little down, because it's just too expensive. Just too expensive right now. But hey, we tried our best, and if we find anything interesting, we'll go for it, that's for sure. Don Royal's not receiving 11900. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. And Dine's, hey Nancy, nice to have you here from Northeast Pennsylvania. And Caviera, nice to have you on board. Bienvenue depuis Nantes en France. J'espère que tu vas bien. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas and 5 KVO. Percival, nice to have you on board from Kyiv, Ukraine. Hope everything is going the best it can for you in Ukraine. Brian Leesner says, no, you can't have too many radios. It's explaining why you need another radio to your wife. That is a different story. Having to explain why you need another radio to the significant other is a very different story. Cheers, guys. Blogger Die has 11900 very strong on the PL660 and 20 feet of wire up a tree. Occasional voices on 27025. Iman Doherty, nice to have you on board. And says everyone loves tuning around the airwaves. So pretty cool. Welcome aboard, my friend. Don Royal says Chicago dumps the snow in Lake Michigan. Jean Arash, are they also using digital? Why were you talking about digital? There's a lot of digital stuff on the bands. The City of Montreal has a lot of its communication on NXDN, which is a digital mode. So NXDN is one of those modes where you can listen, and there's actually a lot of traffic. I would say I hear as much traffic right now with the NXDN digital mode using this ICOM ICR30 than I hear analog stuff on the VHF UHF bands. So there's a lot of communications that have gone digital now, including the city and public works. A lot of stuff are digital now. Paul Stringer, nice to have you here from St. Catharines, Ontario. Yeah, Jean Arash, yeah, about 21 degrees for 70 Fahrenheit, which is pretty nice. Old radios. Did get a 60s Zenith clock radio today. That's my latest old radio. Cool. These are nice. I actually spent the evening yesterday playing with my Westinghouse International here. I thought, what the heck? I plugged the end-fed antenna on it and started tuning around the shortwave bands. I came across, which was very cool, WBCQ. They were playing like 1920s, 30s music. And it just fits so well with this radio, which actually was built in 1949, 1950. So it just kind of fit with the radio itself. So I let it there on WBCQ for about half an hour when the show ended with something else, and tuned around the medium wave bands, and so just had a blast yesterday all evening. I just tuned around the different shortwave bands and medium wave on it. Works great. And there's a lot of fun too. It's always a lot of fun. These old radios are kind of fun to play with. And the glowing tubes are always magical. And the smell, I've not turned it on in several months. And every time I would get back in my room here, I would like the smell of tubes, warm tubes on an old radio. Art Dodd, nice to have you on board. David Ward, thank you so much for the pizza fund. Much appreciated. Old Radio's got a lot of 8-track tapes today. Wow. I have, and this is where I would need one 8-track tape, but I think Sheldon told me he's got some. I have an old Lloyd's AM/FM amplifier that was used in the 70s by my uncle, one of my uncle that died back then, and it has an 8-track cassette player, which I would guess still is working, but I would need 2 speakers to hook it up to, and I would need an 8-track cassette to test it, which I don't have. Brian Leesner got in early on the Malahide DSP2. The price is insane now, going on 2 years for me. I'm guessing on the timeline it's a nice little setup, and the noise reduction is amazing. Ardot, nice to have you here. K2ADC in New Jersey. Shortwave Archive, greetings from Colorado. It's been 3 months since last join a Saturday live show. Glad to be back. Glad to have you back. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Bloudman, nice to have you here from Germany. And good to see you too. So, Martin, any plan on the Belka review? Yeah, I have to contact my friend. I could do one. I could borrow her Belka and actually do a review at some point. I'll be checking out the how I could do that. We're supposed to meet at some point. She needs my ham radio study guide because she wants to become a ham radio operator, and I've got a little radio for her in a box here. So all we need is to meet up. So I'll be actually talking to her about maybe lending me the Belka for a couple of weeks or maybe a few months, and I can play with it and actually review it. At Zero Beat Dat, nice to have you here from Scotland. Blogadai, yeah, I know. That's a big problem. Actually, all tape players of any kind, that's the big problem, is the belts that actually go bad. And usually you have to replace the belts because of that. And I mean, even for track cassette players, anything that is a VCR that's really old, most of the time, the only reason why they don't work anymore is that the belts got to be replaced. Sometimes they're out of shape because they spent years in the same position, so that belt kind of deformed because of that. You know, it's not like when it's used all the time, the belt doesn't have time to take some kind of shape because it's always moving. But, you know, they definitely decompose. They actually, I suspect that they kind of probably become like very brittle because because of the dust and especially if it's very dry. But I've had so many cassette players stop working because of the belts. Just, you know, I remember once pressing the play button on a cassette deck, and all I heard was puck. It was a belt. The belt just literally almost exploded. I was like, okay, I guess no cassette playing for me today. But yeah, the belts are the number one problem most of the time in these devices. But I'd be curious and see if, you know, anything could come out of that. Those were very sturdy though back in the 70s. You look at the way the drive and the motor and everything is done. It's all metal. You know, no plastic in there in the 70s. It's everything is little metal parts. It's like these things last forever. It's really the belt that's the biggest problem. 3330 Radio Man, how do you like the new antenna? I like it a lot. I've been using it several times this week for listening when the propagation was good, and I'm very happy. Performs pretty much like the MLA 30 Plus, and I'm very happy. Honestly, I like it, and I like the fact that it comes with all that you need to set it up, including the cables to plug it to whatever radio you want to plug it on. So it's definitely probably my new number one choice. I would probably tell people to buy that rather than the MLA 30 Plus, especially since that seems to be a pretty standard deal that works all the time, where the MLA 30 Plus, you don't know if you're going to get a good one, a bad one, and depends where you buy it. It's becoming kind of a problem, honestly. So we'll be checking out that. But I think that's going to be my new number one choice. If people tell me what should I buy, you know, an MLA 30, it's like, oh, go for the Shibo GA490. At least you got all the parts you need. It's a little more expensive, but it has more to it. And plus, the Bias T has an internal battery that charges. So if you have any, I just got distracted. Sorry. What was I talking about? I just the new antenna. So if you have any radio or anything that you need to plug in, you've got all the cables, you got everything, nothing to buy extra. So it's pretty cool, and the battery's cool because if you have no power, well, the battery continues to power your amplifier, the amplifier and the antenna, so you can still continue doing some radio listening, which is pretty cool. Especially in when there's a power outage, the noise is so low, it could become so nice to have it and tune around with it. La Pointe, bienvenue. Nice to have you here. Good afternoon, VA2HEV. And I am Victor Echo 2 Zulu India. So welcome aboard. Blauman, awesome for such tiny portable receiver, although nothing beats DXing and its ETM feature. DXing ETM feature is very nice. I still remember when I saw that feature for the first time. I thought, kind of gimmicky maybe, or no, it's actually pretty pretty nice feature to get all the new kind of have a scan of the international broadcast bands and all. So it's really really nice for that. Jean Arash, good luck finding replacement belts for those old VCRs and cassette players. There's a place online. I don't remember the name. There's a place online that has an enormous choice of belts for almost anything. It's crazy. I forgot the name of it, but they have parts for literally anything. You just put the model number and everything. If they don't, they'll tell you, well, measure the belt. We might have something that, even though it's not the same belt, original belt, it with the size, it might actually still work. There are some parts out there that are still available from some suppliers. It's like here in Canada, we have one of the great tube stores. I think it's called the Tube Store, and if you're looking for a replacement tube for anything, it's crazy what you get. So it's nice to have all of these resources online, because as the time goes, the older equipment gets more and more difficult to have replacement parts. I was talking with Sheldon yesterday. We were talking about old radios and where do you go to have them fixed today. I was talking about my experience with the Kenwood R5000. I was lucky because a friend of mine is good in electronics and good, doing things like that. And he actually recapped it and fixed my Kenwood R5000. But I remember when it started to behave bad with the little dots problem in the display, I had 4 repair guys very close to me here. And all 4, which were TV radio repair guys, when they saw the Kenwood R5000, they said, I'm not touching that. I am not touching that. And yet you think, well, it's a radio. It might look complicated, but it's still a radio. I mean, come on, You're able to, if you got the equipment, you're able to fix that. But no, nobody wanted to touch that. And so that's where I eventually just moved on and got the ICOM ICRD500 here, basically. But, man, it's the older things are, the more difficult they are today to get fixed. So unless you know someone that's really good in its electronics and good with a soldering iron, it's not easy to have these things fixed today. Shortwave Archive recently obtained an Allied tape recorder from the early 70s. Came with the owner's manual and the original credit card charge form. Price of the original owners paid in 1971 was $59.88. That is, $59.88 and 71 is expensive. That's a pretty expensive tape recorder. I mean, $60 and 71 is a lot of money. I was looking at, I always like looking at prices. Like, I'll share it again. Maybe some of you don't know about this resource, this fantastic resource. worldradiohistory.com. And this place has literally thousands and thousands of books and magazines of radio, electronics, and so on. It is an amazing website if you don't know. All in PDF form. If you're looking for old popular communications, if you're looking for old monitoring times, you're looking for popular mechanics, things like that, they're all there. They're all there. And it's amazing. And so I like when I go there sometimes with I use my tablet, my 10-inch tablet, to read the magazines, and I actually go there and download old magazines from the 1940s or 50s, and it's just, I like to look at the ads and see the prices on the things of, like, in 1950, you know, oh, this is the new transistor portable radio. And then you look at the prices and you're like, I'd like to compare. It's like, oh, wow, okay, that was $12.95 in 1955. How much is that today in today's actual dollars? And of course, it's just a lot of fun to see the whole stuff. I came across some really cool magazines there from the local media here in Quebec that actually talk about, and they had names in there of old radio personalities that are long gone, but that when I was, you know, young, and even before my teenage years, I mean, when I was really young, I remembered those names on radio and sometimes even on TV, but that were personalities in the 50s and 40s and 50s. And as I was listening in the late 70s, early 80s, they were starting to get old, but were still radio personalities everybody knew. As I found that so cool. I saw names in there that I'd forgotten. And so there's a lot of stuff to look at in that website. Do take a look at what's in there, because this is a amazing resource, and lots of cool stuff to look at. You got all the CQ magazines and so on. There's really a lot of stuff. If you're looking to have hours, days, months of reading, that's the place. So Blogger Die 11900, no signal now. Yeah, it might. I think it stops at 2030 if I'm not mistaken. So of course the CB bands are crazy. Let me check 10 meters out of curiosity if anything on 10. Oh, there's a lot of beacons. A lot of beacons for 10 meters. Tune around from 28,200 to 28,300. So 28,200, 28,300 for beacons. There's a lot of them. I like sometimes to go through them because if propagation is good, it's kind of cool to DX those beacons and see where they are. One place you can actually compare and see. There used to be one that was amazing that doesn't update anymore, unfortunately. 10 meter beacon list. If you want to check out the listings. This one has not been updated since October of 2024. It's a year ago. You can always check this one. This one I think is going to be a good one to verify. Here's a PDF from a year ago, and maybe some of you have some better resource, but this is a nice list of beacons on the amateur bands. And if you're listening to the beacons on 10 meters, and which is, by the way, a great way also to learn and brush up on your Morse code CW listening and learning. It's kind of cool because there's beacons from everywhere. Sometimes I've heard so many beacons from all around the world using only 2, 3, 4, 5 watts. It's just crazy. So, you know. Blogger says ETM Plus really good for travel. Yeah, definitely, because if you are in a place where you never tuned before, just use the ETM Plus, see what's on, what your radio is getting. Old radios, yeah, eBay has a lot of stuff, definitely. Shortwave Archive, you're thinking of website Fix Your Audio. I don't remember the exact name, but it's something like that. So it could be that, but there's the one that I had stumbled on was mind-boggling with all of what they had available. So this is there are some really cool websites for that on online. Swatcast is sharing cassettedrivebelts.com. Brian Leisner's got the in-flight Wi-Fi, so cool. Watching way up in the air. What else do we have? Bloudman says, interesting page, definitely checking out. Ray Oxford, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. And this is for Paul. I like cats better than people. Cool. Well, he'll have treats for sure. Jill Never Roaring 2020s. 2 questions. How was reception during the solar storm? And how did you get Mr. Paul? Reception during the solar storm. First of all, it was extremely interesting. I was doing FT8 when the storm hit. And what happened is I was making contacts with stations in Europe and North America on 30 meters. And suddenly, I got a warning because I have the Space Weather app on my smartphone, and my smartphone had a warning that a CME had hit. We were waiting for a coronal mass ejection to hit the geomagnetic field. And so I got a warning that it had just hit. So when it hit, the K index was at 1 or 2, was pretty low. So conditions were pretty good. And in the space of 30 minutes, and this is the fun thing about FT8, is that you could see the changes. In 30 minutes-ish, it went from Europe, North America. Then suddenly, in about 5 or 10 minutes, European stations were gone. There was only U.S. stations coming in. So I thought, oh, okay, there's some effect. And then even the U.S. stations, there were less and less and less and less of them in the display at every cycle, to a point where 40, 30, and 20 meters, I tuned, there were literally zero signals coming in on FT8. It was amazing. I'd never seen that. It's like, wow, okay, now this is major. I understood that was major. So what happened is that's where I started looking at, the conditions and everything. The best that a lot of people seem to have gotten from the solar storm was medium wave. A lot of people were mentioning they were hearing Central South America suddenly, and all the normal stations at night that you hear, like here in Montreal, I would hear New York, Boston, all of these stations on the AM band easily. The AM band became totally quiet. All of these stations were gone. And that was due to the absorption of the ionosphere because of the geomagnetic storm. Yet, a lot of people, there's a guy in the state of New York that said, wow, I'm hearing TWR Bonaire on 800 kilohertz like a local station. He was hearing that station on AM band with just a normal little radio. And there are a lot of people mentioning they were hearing a lot of Spanish. So there's a lot of stations from Central South America, and the Cubans were coming in. So this is one of the first things that you should listen to. The other thing is look at anything that's a north-south path. So for example, from here in Montreal, I would look at all the frequencies that are on shortwave, listed on shortwave, from stations like in Central or South America. Often they are enhanced. Often, like Brazilian stations are way, way better. But here in Montreal, it was complicated because I compared Radio Nacional Amazonas in Brazil on 11780. And what happened is that I noticed that Radio Nacional Amazonas also was very weak, which made me understand that up here in Montreal, the conditions were so intense that even the north-south signals weren't there much. But definitely a lot of people did hear some very unique things on the medium wave band. And how did I get Mr. Paul? So Mr. Paul was I saw Mr. Paul for the first time in June of 2015. So June of 2015. And he just appeared on the balcony one day as I was working with my laptop and just looked at me and said, meow. And I started petting him, and he was super nice and beautiful. And then he got in the house, and I'm like, what? What are you doing? And I didn't know who at first. I didn't know where he came from. But obviously he was looking for a place because that night he actually slept here. He slept. I didn't have food. I didn't have anything to give him. And he didn't mind. It was just like, no, I need a place to stay. And he just jumped on a chair in the living room, and he stayed and slept there all night. And I was like, okay, is he lost? He was a beautiful cat. I was like, are you lost? If maybe your owner is missing you. So in my mind, I was not like, I'm not getting a new cat. In my mind, I was, well, if you lost, we're going to try to find your family. We've got to find your home, because they must be missing you. And so 3-4 days later, he disappears, and I don't see him for 2-3 days. And I'm like, okay, maybe he's gone back. And he would come here a day or two, disappear a day or two. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. It's at some point where my next door neighbor, she asked me the question, does my cat go to your place? And I said, an orange cat? She says, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I was wondering. So I said, oh, it's your cat. And she said, yeah. I said, okay, because he comes over. And so it was so funny. We gave each other our phone number. So if he was sleeping at her place, she would text me at night saying, Paul's sleeping in my place tonight. And if he was sleeping here, I would text her to say, oh, Paul's sleeping here tonight. So like that, she wouldn't be worried about the cat. But as time went by, he was spending way more time here and almost never going to her place. And one day we arrived together and Paul was outside. He started running and he completely ignored her. And he just jumped on me and like he was so happy to see me. So she looked at me and she says, wow, okay. I think I'm starting to understand that he loves you more than me. And I was not very, I was kind of a little shy of that because I was like, I have the impression of stealing your cat. So what happened is that she finally noticed that Paul really, really loved me and was always happy to see me. Every time he would see me, she told me every time he would see me through the window in the house, he would go nuts. He wanted to go out because he wanted to come and see me. So when she moved, she said, look, I want Paul to be happy. And so I'm moving. Do you want to have Paul the cat? I think he loves you so much and he's going to be happy with you. I know he's going to be happy with you. And I said, well, I'm not comfortable because it's your cat. But at the same time, I think she understood, yeah, well, he's happy with you. It's obvious. So I want him to be happy. And this is how it happened. And then, he was my cat. He's been my cat since then. Jim's Radio Check. Nice to have you on board from... whoops. I'll just do this. Okay. Nice to have you on board from Chicagoland. Jean Arash, according to Copilot, minimum wage in Quebec 71 was $1.75, so that's a lot of money. Perry, nice to have you on board from Sherbrooke, Quebec. And what else do we have? Gilles Roaring 2020s. What colors did you see? Here it was cloudy, so there was no. I could not see any auroras. Blonde Man, I visited the page and it's awesome, and all those documents stored with perfect quality back to 1907. I want to download the whole page content. REE, Radio Exterior España, booming in on 17715. Let's check that out. 17715. Let's enter 17. See the difference? I hear it, but the difference between me being more to the north and you being south of me, Blogger 17715, I hear it. I hear it Spanish, but it's very, very weak in the noise. Master Player, Tech Question Alert. What is your reaction about Valve's new hardware coming next year? Well, I haven't looked at that much, Bobby. I'll take a look, or closer look to all of that, and let you know. I have heard a bit about what's happening, but I haven't looked at that much for now. Blogger and I have Voice of Turkey on 5980 with music. Let's check that out here. 5980. Very weak here. Very weak here. RJ Dakota. I saw the Aurora last Tuesday night for maybe only the second time ever. It was very neat. I had to call someone else outside to make sure I wasn't seeing things. OC1, nice to have you on board. Ham Radio Guy, K6PSM, nice to have you here from San Diego. Blonde Man, since a few days ago, Radio Caroline does overlap with Radio Morskival on 648 kilohertz, Germany. Can move the device, by the way, loop to, by changing the loop direction, you can favor one over the other. Jim Gordon, nice to have you here from Cold Dundee, Scotland. Rorex, nice to have you on board. Picked up the 490. Thanks for the tip. Outstanding. Cool. I hope you're having fun with that. Joseph, nice to have you here in San Francisco Bay, California. Tuning the bands with PL680 and MLA30 Plus. And waiting for a rainstorm. RJ Dakota, you don't acquire a cat, it finds you. There are important exceptions. Pretty much. Pretty much. It's really Paul decided that here was the place he wanted to be. It is as simple as that. As simple as that. Old radios, that is Pops, and is doesn't have my Texan, so no tuning the bands. Cool, Brian. Having fun with your flight and watching the show. Wife is scared, Brian. Don't laugh at that. Rick Myers, nice to have you here from Florida. KO40SA. Andy New, nice to have you here from the UK. M7CUN. Loudman says, what I wanted to say before the big storm, I couldn't hear the other station, only Caroline. Okay. So it changed everything. Mad Reader DXer, I don't know if you saw it. I did a video on how to use an external antenna for medium wave and long wave on the Texan PL880. And the Cornison DX286 is a much better alternative. All right, no, I didn't see it. I'm gonna go and check it out. I didn't see it. Shane, nice to have you here. Hope you are well, my friend. And there's a question coming in through. I'm just going to go through. Get my email up. I don't have my phone next to me, but I will go and get my email up here. And okay, here we go. Here's an email up. All right, just to see if anybody says hello through. Okay, we have Zach. Zach that says hello through the email. Says, I'm not in the chat room. I'm watching from Tennessee. And, oh, he's got a question. It says, I would like to just say that I enjoyed your talk a few weeks ago about old radios, answering questions about the fact that the 25 versus 60 hertz current or electricity and the differences. And he says, so there is, from my understanding of what you said, there isn't any problem in running an old tube receiver that is rated 25 hertz into a 60 hertz circuit today. No, the other way around would have been a problem. If you would have wanted a 60 hertz rated tube radio to run on 25, that would have been a problem, especially when there's a transformer in the circuit. Like this Westinghouse has a transformer in it. And the transformers for 25 hertz were big, because you need to have a bigger core when the cycle is slower. If you were to run a 60 hertz transformer, rated transformer on 25, you would see that it becomes very hot. It would become really, really hot. The core needs to be bigger for it to run better. But if the other way around, doesn't matter. Actually, it's even better. At 60 hertz, that transformer runs probably cooler than it did when it ran at 25. So it's actually better for the transformer, and it actually will work fine at 60. So yeah, there's no problem there. It's, as long as, you know, the current, a lot of places had 25 hertz AC current way back in the 40s. And a lot of old tube receivers are rated at 25, actually, when you look at the plates on the back. But it worked fine at 60. There's no problem there. So have fun with your radios. And welcome aboard. What else do we have here? Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Jean Arajo is a cat guy. Cats just love him. Yeah. In general. We got 4 cats in the building here. And Gigi, which is just below me. And she always comes up to the balcony and she's always nice with me. She doesn't like Paul, though. But I'm okay. And there's Simba that's in the bottom floor. Simba is a beautiful cat. He's very nice. He's always nice. He's very nice. He's like friendly with Paul. They're often going in the yard, the next neighbor's yard, together, like just with like good friends. And there's Marcus, which is a cat from like the 3rd S. And Marcus always comes here because he knows that I'm going to send him, you know, like the leftovers that Paul doesn't want to eat anymore. I'll throw them to Marcus. So he always comes over because he wants to have the leftovers. And he's also very, very nice with Paul. Sometimes they actually sleep or just, you know, they're in the grass right next to each other. It's just so cute. So there's a lot of cat activity here. I can tell you that. Blogger Dice says nothing I have beats the DX286 on long wave, medium wave with external antenna and ground. So that's interesting. That means that radio is really, really amazing. Really, really amazing. Just an amazing little radio. I can't believe it. Blound Man, all my devices are USB-C, and you, yeah. Well, thanks to you guys, probably. We're getting more and more devices that are all USB-C now. And it probably has a lot to do with the EU regulations. I mean, the companies are just going to say, hey, why, why make different radios with different plugs, when you can make just one standard. And USB-C is perfect. It's becoming really the standard now. So, N3WER Ham Radio Elmer, I've had many ask to join on Facebook. Please, if you ask to join, answer the questions or you will not join. Yeah, it's very, very important. The questions are there for a simple reason. Kind of see that you are, a real radio guy. I mean, if I ask you what radio you own, if you're not a radio guy, you won't know what to answer to that question. At least if you tell me a radio, it's like, yeah, okay, there's a minimum there. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you on board from Alabama. That's the new Alabama. It's Alabama. Going to the future from Alabama to Alabama. Brian Lee's there. I'm good though. Happy with which radios can do an external medium wave antenna and those that can't. Jerry Hart, nice to have you here from Niagara Falls, New York. And what else do we have? David Ward DX contests on 15 meters apparently. Toast and Loaf loves older radios. Yeah, it's still here. Okay. RJ Dakota, have an old JVC Series D CRT TV set that has 32-inch screen that a sister bought for my father, now passed. We have the TV in the house, but it's an NTSC TV, no longer receives, but still works. Hey, if you want to receive, just get yourself a little converter box. It's going to convert it. But these old CRTs are great if you have old gaming consoles, old computers. They're great for that. Shortwave Archive, what's your favorite broadcast that WRMI has been relaying from WRN? I think the Polish radio external service broadcasts are really fun to listen to. Polish radio is definitely one of the good ones. I like that. That's probably close to my favorite. I do like to have the Radio Prague, Radio Slovakia, which also comes from the most part from WRN too. But I have there's the Israel radio, which I have a kind of a little hard time with the content, but I mean it depends on what you want to listen to when you want to hear, I guess. But at least it's fun. It's fun to have content like that that's showing up and that lets you listen to some content on. But definitely, I would say Polish radio is one of the best ones. I wish they would have. There's one thing I love is DW Deutsche Welle has a weekly podcast called Inside Europe. I wish they would have that. It's an excellent podcast with news and views of the German news and views of what's happening inside Europe, which is very interesting. We don't hear a lot of these things, and that's where I like it too, because if you take out those broadcasts like Radio Polonia or in my case the Inside Europe from Deutsche Welle, or even BBC, you kind of we don't hear what's happening in Europe and anywhere in the world. Our local media is very, very centered on our own little bubble, and it's like I don't see what's happening anywhere else. The only way I know what's happening around the world is by listening to these things. Tosanov, Alabamistan. Alabamistan, I like that. Ajay Dakota, I wish I could find someone to take the JVC, an old school gamer with Product 11. Oh yeah, anybody that has an old console or an old computer, definitely. Brian Leisner, loved your Westinghouse post. Yeah, I mean, and there's one on my. I didn't post it because I thought of copyright, but it was so cool. I posted it on my personal Facebook page. I did a little 30-second video. When I turned it on, I tuned WBCQ 7490. And it was one of those old-time shows where they play music from like the 20s, 30s. And it just was perfect for this radio, which is from 1949, 1950-ish. So it's kind of it was kind of perfect. Yeah, USB-C has a set of protocols and things that they could do that are not necessarily supported on most of the devices, though. They're supporting just the basics. Shane is saying hello, and I hope everyone is having a good time in the bands. What else? Tosanov. I'm not sure exactly what I'm describing really, but an old analog radio has better low noise level than my modern radios on medium wave. I'm wondering, honestly, if it's not more or the fact that the signal to noise ratio might be the same, but the fact that the more modern ones are more sensitive. And more sensitive means that the background noise will be higher, simply because there's more signal being caught by the radio. Well, Blondman, except from Deutsche Welle, I will not have much more to say in German. And I only know that it's Deutsche Welle because I would hear them ID as such. Because at first, when I heard or read the name, I was like, Deutsche Welle. That's Deutsche Welle. And then I heard the station ID, and I was like, oh, it's Deutsche Welle. I used to know the whole phrase when they were IDing, like they would have like this, this is Deutsche Welle, and they would have that German. In German, they would state what transmitter relay they were using, and also they had the one with like Bundesrepublik Deutschland, something like that. So I used to know the phrase every time they would say it. But that's pretty much this is my whole vocabulary in German. It stays to that. Deutsche Welle is leaving shortwave, but it's still available on YouTube and its website. Yeah, they're still having their English broadcasts and all podcasts are still all there on online. Deutsche Welle isn't much of what it was. It's just a few broadcasts in Swahili and things like that into to Africa. So it's kind of a very small part of what it was. Tosanov, where you can hear the static crashes clearly, my modern radios destroy it somehow. Am Radio Guy, K6PSM, what is the shortwave station that plays pop music on occasion from Western Europe? Sounds like a top 40 station. There's a few stations, actually, and there's quite a few stations that are on the air from Europe that have pop-ish music. So I'm not sure exactly what you are referring to. Shortwave Archive says, I know some people, including myself, like to create mini analog TV transmitters, although I tested to make sure mine was extremely low power, that my way it can only be received in my house. Yeah, well, if I had, if I had one of those old analog, I have a, I don't know if you guys remember, some of you might have seen that in the past, video sender, which was a little black box, and you would, you could tune to channel 3 or 4, something like that, and have I used that because I had cable and they were charging extra for the second connection. I still remember that through my VCR, I'd take the output of the VCR, put it in video sender, and would watch any cable TV channel in my bedroom, because I would just have the output of the VCR. So I would just put it to whatever channel I want to listen to on cable, and without paying any extra every month, I would watch it on my TV in the bedroom, and it would work decently well, actually. So I had that little video sender box. I probably still have it somewhere here. Yeah, there's channel 292, Europe 24, Radio Europe. Yeah, there's quite a few out there that have these types of programming in Europe. Jim Gordon, I too listen to WRN. It's many great broadcasters. As you mentioned, it helps to overcome the parochial nature of much of our domestic broadcasters. Yeah. Shane, question: what was the reason you choose your Yaesu over other brands? Looking at the Yaesu FT710 and ICOM 7300. So, very simple. Very simple. When I decided to get myself, it was definitely something that I was thinking of. I had given... So I have it here. It's not unused right now. One of my fans sent me when I got my ham license. He had told me he had a present for me, and I got my ham license, and he actually sent me a Yaesu FT450, which was this beautiful little transceiver, honestly. But it had, these flaws. It doesn't have a keypad for entering the frequency, things like that make it a little annoying. And, I am the way I am, and I thought I want to have my own purchased transceiver. I want to have my thing that I purchased with my money, and be it the radio I want to have. So when it came to that point where, okay, now's the time. And it might be the last big purchase ever. I don't know. We never know in life. I thought, well, I want to have something that's going to last for a while, for a long time. And now, what do I choose? And I started looking at the transceivers. I heard so many good things about the ICOM 7300. I mean, it's one of, I think it's probably the best seller of all out there. And one of the reasons is you get great performance, and it is priced at a decent spot where, you know, it would have been, for me, it would have been like probably I would have saved something like $500 or $600 easily, getting the 7300 over to Yaesu. But I didn't want to purchase. I didn't want to have my purchase done solely on I'm saving money. I want to have something that I truly have chosen to be what I want. And I started looking at the transceivers, and I came across the Yaesu transceivers. One thing that made me choose Yaesu was also the fact that I have a Kenwood R5000 receiver. I've got an ICOM 8500 receiver. So I already had Kenwood, I already had ICOM. I never had a Yaesu. So one of the things was, maybe why not? It's gonna, like, you know, full circle, get one of each brand. And I started looking at the Yaesu transceivers. I loved the way they looked. I loved the things that they had. I loved the touchscreen, and I enjoyed the fact that the FTDX10 had the output in the back where you could put a monitor. Then I stumbled across the fact that it was like highly rated in the Shortwave list of things, which, by the way, I do take with a very lightly grain of salt, because honestly, I do believe that, like, from number 1 to number 10 on that list, I don't even know if anybody can notice a difference if you don't have fancy equipment to compare. That's where I don't take that as, for me, the ICOM 7300 is probably as good, and I don't think anybody would notice a difference. And so I'm not a guy that's sold at a brand. So, in ham radio, it's pretty much that. People are very, very stick with the brand they love. So people are either ICOM or they're either Kenwood or they're Yaesu, and they don't budge. They just stay in that. I'm not there. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm the guy that, let's go for it. So looked at the price. It was more expensive, and I just told myself, look, that's the one you want. It's highly rated. It looks cool. And you never had a Yaesu, go for it. So half of the decision is completely non-logic. Just, I don't have that brand. And half of it was, well, it's highly rated, so I can't go wrong. Let's go for it. Is it perfect? No. Is it worth it, the price that I paid? Yeah. But am I happy with it? Absolutely, totally. Totally. So that's the only important thing about it. So, there are things that are annoying on it. There are a few things that I'm like, oh God, why the hell did they decide to do this like this? When I say no radio is perfect, even these high-end radios, nothing's perfect. There are a few things on them that just drive me nuts. But that's the way it is. You can't, do anything about it. So that was the extremely long story, Shane, of why I got a Yaesu FTDX10. Tosanov, sweet pronouncing words you've never heard before, only read. Yeah, because you don't know how they're spelled. You don't know what's the pronunciation. When we do the International Radio Report show, me and Sheldon, on Sunday mornings, we come across tons of names that we're like, okay, how do you pronounce that? And it's cool because online you can go and say, okay, how do you pronounce the name of that city? Or can I know how to pronounce the name of that person. And often we have the answer online, so we can actually just, rewrite it in a way that we understand that if we pronounce it that way, we're close to the what it is, But I mean, when you look at how Deutsche Welle is written, if you've never heard it pronounced, you'll never say it's Deutsche Welle, Shortwave archive, exactly. We aren't hearing anything outside of our bubble without these other broadcasts. Sadly, most of my classmates in high school get their news from social media, which is worse. Oh yeah, and social media is worse because it just focuses on your thing. If you like this type of news, it only gives you that type of news, which is the worst thing that can happen to anybody, because then you have no other viewpoints around it, and you just focus on that, and it skews you away from reality sometimes. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Oh yeah, DW is really a shadow of what it used to be. It used to be that big international broadcaster. Shortwave archive, I wouldn't much rather listen to DW Shortwave compared to their TV channel. I would much rather watch NHK TV than DW TV. That's an interesting one. I like the Tosin Love saying, "Oh, I'm from the Channel 3 or 4 era." Jim Gordon, how many of you remember Deutschlandfunk? It transmitted to Europe in several languages. Yes, I remember that. Michael, nice to have you on board. Trying to find out what years AM radio broadcast in high fidelity. I think it stopped in the early 60s. Huh, yeah, that's interesting. Ramesh, nice to have you on board from India. The time now, 2:56 a.m. I'm shortwave listener and have Redicus TR110 at my disposal. Cheers. Welcome aboard, Ramesh. Nice to have you here from the middle of the night in India. I'm located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Here it's 4:30 in the afternoon. RJ Dakota AM high fidelity stopped shortly after the era of the actual Sequam AM stereo boom in the 80s. I had an old Sony CFS 6000 which sounded awesome. Oh man. Jean Arash, that's the challenge of radio journalism. You have to learn how names are pronounced. Just reading them doesn't cut it. You have to hear them. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We actually had a complaint on the show about two or 3 months ago. We mentioned the name of a European, I don't remember what story we were, I think it was a Radio Liberty, Radio Free Europe story. And we mentioned the name of one of the people that worked at the station. And we were blasted by somebody that's saying, well, you should take the time to learn how to pronounce names in your show because it would make it more high quality. And so already we did efforts because I get it. I've heard Radio Canada or CBC here pronounce names of people in a way that, no, that's not how you pronounce that name because I know. And yeah, okay, yeah, it does. It does give, like, it makes it less professional. Yeah, I agree. I'm okay. Yeah, I understand. So now we actually take a lot more time. I take a lot of time to, actually I have to because although my English is quite good, there are words that I don't see often, which will come to me as, okay, how do I pronounce this name or that word? So already I often before we record, have to go online and say, well, how do you pronounce this word? I've never heard it before, or I haven't seen that word enough to know how to pronounce it correctly. So I already do some research in some of the words in English sometimes. But, why not, if I do that, why not also go and search for, sometimes what I do in names of people that you have no idea, where you can't get a translation online itself, I'll sometimes find an YouTube video where they talk about that person, and then we'll listen to how that person in the video pronounces the name, to give me an idea of, okay, that's the pronunciation of that name. Because, there's stuff in there that are just crazy, that you don't know. I can understand with my own name, my own full name, anybody that doesn't know what it sounds like, forget it. You will never pronounce it correctly. You don't know. Cash Alice. Okay. Shortwave Archive was listening to old Radio Australia recordings yesterday. It came to the conclusion that the recordings from the 80s felt more catered to shortwave listeners. Even news from later Radio Australia were just ABC News. Oh yeah, definitely. Same thing if you listen to CBC, Radio Canada International broadcast. If you listen to Radio Canada International broadcast from the 80s, you are listening to a program catered to the shortwave listener. Radio Australia broadcasts from the 80s, 70s were meant for a international audience on shortwave. And that's when you lose some of the quality of what you want on shortwave, when they decide to take what is essentially an international service and decide, let's just put the ABC, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. They did the same with Radio Canada International. They just dumped, hey, let's put CBC. But the problem is it's not the same, because it's more focused on an audience in a specific place in Canada or in Australia. As for Radio Australia, there are things that aren't, we might not care much about or really understand much about. So, but a lot of stations. This is where a station's coming towards the end, when they start giving away the international meaning of the broadcast for the audience and switch it to a local. You know that they're starting to cut down, and that it's not necessarily the best. Same thing happened in Radio Canada International. This is why, in part, a lot of shortwave broadcasters in the 70s, 80s were more interesting too. So, Mad Radio DXing medium continues to be phased out here in Europe. Radio Nacional España. Yeah, RNE has decided that they're ending their medium wave relays. I saw the post from Radio Magazine that I am subscribed to talk about it today. Jean Arash, you can remedy pronunciation by learning foreign languages and listen to radio in foreign languages. Yeah. SOL signals, is SDR Uno the only SDR software that allows more than one antenna to be selected? Well, it is mostly because it's meant to control the SDR play devices, and many of them have multiple antenna connectors. So, in effect, yes, for the SDR play devices, SDR Connect. Also, if you want to try SDR Connect, which is the newer version, also lets you select different antennas on those devices. As for are there any other software? Because it's the thing is that is dependent on the device itself. So SDR Uno controls SDR Play devices, so they are capable of switching the SDR Play devices antennas. It's not impossible; other software could do it, but they would have to implement that feature in their software depending on what SDR device you're using. So, and most SDR devices, a lot of them actually, a lot of SDR devices have only one antenna input. It's a question of, how the software will deal with each SDR device, basically. If you use an SDR play device on a different software, I don't know. If it's implemented, they could be switching antennas, but not necessarily. It depends on how it was done. If it's done right, yeah, they'll give you that possibility. If not, maybe not. This is where, having a piece of software like SDR Uno, which is really meant for SDR play devices, is probably the best, because it controls devices that it's made for. So, the software was designed to specifically to those devices. Unlike maybe like SDR SDR console, which does have a list of software of SDR devices, but it's more of a general software, so maybe it will or will not, but I don't know. SDR Connect, yes, MStack. SDR Connect does let you switch the antenna. I have it here, and I do that all the time on my my SDR RSPDX and my NRSP ST. Switching antennas is one of the things I do regularly. So Jean Arash watches a lot of German TV. Dustin Love sounds like medium waves getting quieter, but not for technology reasons. Yeah, it's like it's like the medium wave band in North America. I mean, we still have a lot of stuff, even though it's not always interesting to listen to. But there are, if you look here in Canada, there are parts of Canada that are much quieter with medium wave signals. We have the CBC that's been asking the CRTC to switch to FM on their remaining medium wave frequencies, which means the Toronto French language CBC and a couple of other outlets in English from the CBC they're still on might disappear soon. So Mike B just send you. I'll receive my first QSL card today. Oh, cool. You know what? I don't have my phone. Let me in a few minutes, where I'm going to go and check out with my caregiving duties. I'll go find my phone and I'll show it. If I forget, let me know. I'll show it on screen. Cool. Always exciting to get your first QSL card. You got it by email or an eQSL, Mike? Also, no, they could give medium wave to hams. That would be nice. Yeah. You know, I would create a, I think that would be fun. Take a chunk of whatever band that now nobody uses anymore. Medium wave is an example. How about giving the possibility of experimental licenses, of having hobbyists or people that are just enthusiasts, radio enthusiasts, put up their own low-powered medium wave station with program, and let them have fun with that. You know, put guidelines so that there's at least, you know, you can't go out and just say whatever you want. Just put guidelines that you got to be within the boundaries of reasonable programming, but and let enthusiasts put up their experimental stuff. Jim Gordon, up here in Scotland, Spanish medium wave stations dominate the band at night on most frequencies. Oh, the Indy 500. Oh, cool. Shortwave archive. Looks like I need to start taping CBW as much as possible. I have a couple of recordings of CBU, CBW, and CBX to preserve this radio history. Yeah, go for it, because the CBC is asked to go on FM, put FM broadcasts, and shut down the medium wave. So when that could happen, I don't know, but it definitely will at some point happen. Sean Arage, the CRTC should forbid the rebroadcast of AM radio on FM HD and force broadcasters to produce more content from those channels. Yeah, I don't know. That and you know that is a big problem for HD radio. We talk about HD radio, how if it would just be that whatever frequency you're tuned to as an HD, as the HD carriers on it, and that when you have an HD radio, it detects that and switches to HD if it's capable. Okay, that'd be interesting. It's simple. But already, we don't know, most people don't know anything about HD radio. Which, by the way, HD is not high definition. I see that all the time. HD is for hybrid digital. And say somebody that doesn't have a lot of radio knowledge buys that HD radio saying, oh, I'm going to have some better, high quality listening. And say he wants to listen to, on medium wave, he wants to listen to CJAD 800 here in Montreal, which does advertise that they are on HD. So what will be the logical thing people are going to do? They're going to tune 800 on their HD radio, and they won't see a damn difference because the HD signal is not on AM, it's on FM in another station. So explain that. Explain that. Oh yeah, we're on HD. Yeah, on you have to go on FM 103.3, 107.3, and there they are on HD too. Explain that to somebody. That's just confusing. And so, yeah, I agree that an HD signal should be on the main frequency of the station, and not on some other outlet. It's, you know, only geeks like me will understand, oh, if I want to listen to CJAD in HD, I just go on 107.3 and put HD2 and I'm there. It shouldn't be like that. It should be on the main channel. That would be simple for everybody to understand. So, you know, there's so much of this weirdness in HD that's, you know what, it's bizarre. Brian Leeser, on medium wave, at least for me, content doesn't matter as much as how many stations I can catch at a given time and identify the station's DX as a sport. Yeah, for that reason, it's the content isn't a problem, and like shortwave, so many shortwave DXers didn't care about the programming. It kind of maybe didn't help our hobby though, because it kind of maybe pushed those stations to be tired of give me a QSL. I want my QSL and no content info, no comments on the programs. But yeah, in terms of DXing, yeah, of course. Doesn't love with Jones these days. You can have a full-size vertical and 100 kilohertz if you want. Mad Radio DXer, I agree, but I think they should be licensed like hams. Oh yeah, absolutely. They will. They should be licensed. I didn't mention it, but they should be licensed, absolutely. But it should be easy to get. You know, not a freaking complicated thing that you just have to go through and nobody will ever go. But yeah, absolutely, a license, some kind of, you know, experimental license. Have some questions to answer, maybe a little test here and there of something, but you know, nothing too complicated though. And I think that could be fun. Ron Hicks, greetings. Nice to have you here. KM4LDI. I was wondering if there was any discussion of the recent solar activity. Yeah, we did have a little bit of discussion on the solar activity that happened this week and the geomagnetic storm that followed, and it did have a huge impact on the radio propagation and everything. And it was crazy what happened this week. RJ Dakota, most of our HD2 stations here have been shut off. Even a local AM station using HD2 on FM has moved off to its own FM frequency. FM HD is dying by degrees here. Yeah, because there is something that I didn't know, and I learned when we were discussing HD radio. It's that you when they have HD2 on a FM station in the US, from what I understand, a lot of it has to be a kind of a transponder or a translator, an FM translator, and so when you're listening to HD1, you know that you might be on the same frequency you're listening to with the main carrier, but HD2 often came out of a translator, which was just sending out an HD signal. And so HD2 gets turned off because they turn off the translator, which is something that I didn't know before. But yeah, HD is, there's a lot less. You know, when I got my St. G and HDR14, HD was copyable on the at night on the DX. When I would be on medium wave band, I could copy it on many different frequencies, where I could see the HD channels from US stations just making my radar react. There's an HD carrier here. Now there's only one, and it's 1210 WPHT. So I guess some stations turned off their HD, that's for sure. And I know there's a lot less HD. And there's the other thing here, is that HD costs money. If you want to maintain HD, you got to pay a fee for that. HD is something that you have to pay an annual fee to maintain. If you're, you know, you're having a hard time racking in money with ads, the first thing you're going to do is turn off the HD and not pay the fee for it. 4 minutes, guys, if you want to try it. There's going to be a Russian number station, Morse code, 7893. So 7893, guys. So 7. Oops. Let me just try that. I hate this radio. Okay, let me go down to the 7893. There we go. 7893 and CW. So 7893 in 4 minutes. M12 CW. I'm going to put on this one. I'm going to actually put it on this one too. In CW. 7.893. I do hear some kind of what sounds like almost Stanag. So 7893. I'm going to put the 93 CW, or if you don't have CW, 7892 and upper sideband. So in 3 minutes time, should be here. Marvin Montz, nice to have you here from the Japan Islands. Nice to have you on board. Ron Hicks, I understand that HD radio is currently not implemented in the US. Yes, it is. Hybrid digital is Canada, United States, and Mexico, and a few other places, but it is implemented. You need to have an HD capable radio. Brian Leesner, HD radio is nice, but it's not a substitute for the medium wave station that they are rebroadcasting. There ought to be a lucky medium wave, a lot to keep medium wave alive. John Ash, we have an opportunity to produce more original content on HD and we may misuse it. Yeah, definitely. I mean, you are, in fact, tripling every channel. Imagine on FM, when we say that FM band here in Montreal is saturated. Well, now you could use each of these FM channels and add 2 subcarriers. And so you just, in fact, triple the output that we can hear on all stations. We just tripled the number of available slots on FM. I mean, that's cool, but it's not used. And nobody knows about HD. Nobody knows about HD. Ron Hicks, I live here in Memphis and I listen to shortwave with my DXing radio with only telescopic. Shortwave conditions have been terrible lately due to the solar activity. Shortwave archive. I've been in a car where the radio sounds great with HD, but when it switches back to analog, it decreases the volume quite a bit, and the analog FM is FM mono. The Creek Hermit, nice to have you here from Kentucky. Atari, nice to have you on board. That man says 12 kilowatts on shortwave or medium wave, you can reach the whole European Union. Are there digital carrier medium wave stations in the USA? I thought there were a couple, at least on the East Coast. There are some that are just, there are a few low-powered digital only. Yeah. There are a few low-powered digital only. There's one in the state of New York, which is too low-powered for me to hear here. But there are a few, definitely, RJ Dakota. Ron Hicks, I agree, keep medium wave alive. I still like to catch distant stations at night on Texan. Old radios I have is Sony HD radio and I can't get AM to work on it at all. So I'm not hearing anything. Am I? Oh yeah, I am very, very weak. I'm hearing it on the NFED, the half-wave NFED on the Kenwood. Very, very weak though. But I'm not... Oh, I'm hearing it too on the magnetic loop, on the ICOM. It's very weak though. Barely going above the noise floor here on 7893. Barely going above the noise floor. So, Jerry Hart, AM HD spills over into adjacent frequencies. That is one of the problems with AM HD. And there are actually a lot of stations that complained of interference from other stations. So, you know. Yeah, but DAB requires to have, you know, one of the cool things about HD is how it works with the existing same frequencies and transmissions. But DAB requires a new frequency range and new radios that have that range. Jim Gardner, speaking of Spain, do any of our older friends remember R and E AI? Alan from West Sarah on Shortwave. Yep. It's Morse code CW for the number station. Also, I'm going to start a QE. I think there's a new one in Tennessee that has really good antenna. Brian Lees, they're not an expert because I live in the US, but aren't there complaints about DAB being poor quality? In Europe, there are some complaints, definitely, in some areas because the DAB signal cuts out. And that is unfortunately something that a lot of listeners have to dabble. Many are complaining that in the car, especially in places like Switzerland and so on, where there are tons of mountainous regions. You know, go in the Alps, go anywhere where there's a lot of mountains. Everybody's going to tell you the DAB has one big flaw. It's that it's all or nothing. Analog has at least this advantage. Is analog, even if it gets weaker, you'll have some more static, but you still hear what's happening. On DAB, it's you hear it or you don't. It's like an HD TV. Put rabbit ears on your TV and it's like either you see it or you don't. Or sometimes it's all pixelated, very weird. So that is the big disadvantage, is that it's an all or nothing situation compared to analog, which actually still lets us listen to it, even if it's weaker. So, you know. David Ward not receiving in Texas. Cassettera. Love the channel and show, 95% newbie. I know just a little from long ago. Can you guys tell me, is it okay for me to post a brief clip on YouTube of amateurs as a demo, or would that be considered uncool? I think you can't post a link when you're not a moderator, if I'm not mistaken. It's about radio. Really about radio. Kevin, my Sony XDR F1 HD is useless on medium wave without an outside antenna. That's also another big problem here. It's the depending on where you live, your medium wave could be like washed out in so much noise that it's impossible. We had one station here in Montreal that was HD on the medium wave band and was 1650 kilohertz, a very low power. It was like a 1 kilowatt religious station, and it was very finicky. I could get it in HD depending on where I put the radio, but it was hard to sometimes have it lock on HD, honestly. Shortwave archive. Tosanov says here's 7892 on a Memphis Kiwi. Shortwave archive. I think car radios are killing AM radio. The bandwidth is around 4 kilohertz, and many US stations now broadcast with 20 So there's a bandwidth. People complain about AM radio quality, and I think that's the issue. Ricky, salut. Nice to have you on board from Calgary. And 9 degrees there. Warmer than here. And I think it's gone. I'm not hearing Morse code anymore, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if... I'm not hearing anything. So, yeah. Shortwave archive digital TV is a pain. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. Paul Stringer analog is better. Yeah. When you get a good, clear digital signal, it's amazing. But the problem is the fact that you know, it's all or nothing. It's crazy. Hey, Kevin from is the paradise of Florida. WS2H, nice to have you on board. Thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. Jerry Hard, the digital subcarrier on HD are much weaker than the main station. Yeah, most of the time they are. So, like here, if I tune to WVPS, the NPR station out of Burlington, Vermont, it is difficult for my receiver to lock into the HD signal because of the distance. I hear the analog 107.9 really, really well. But the HD mode, the HD will... I have to play around with the radio, fiddle with the antenna to get, like, you know, at some point, some HD. And then I can hear the HD subcarriers, which contain, by the way, a 24-hour BBC World Service, which I like. But, yeah, it's definitely not the same. David in Barcelona, hope you are well, my friend, and it's nice to have you here. And of course, I'm going to have to go to my caregiving duties for a few minutes. 8132 is the next. 8132 is the next frequency, guys. So if you want to try it again, maybe get a better signal. The next Morse code M12 number station from St. Petersburg, Russia is going to be M12 CW from Russia 8132 kilohertz CW or 8131 kilohertz USB is where it's going to be in 10 minutes. And this is going to be the next transmission coming up in Morse code. We'll be checking that out. So, hey guys, I'm going to do my caregiving duties. Don't forget, like Kevin, you can actually give a little something here through the Super Chat, which is much appreciated. Also, you can do the pizza fund and cat treats through PayPal here. So that is also something that you can do right now. If you like what I do, if you enjoy this show, your donations have been very, very helpful. And don't forget, anybody that donates will have a special treat by Santa. Oh, I'm hearing a carrier, so 8132 will be heard a little better, actually. Strong carrier on 4985, Lagardai. Put yourself in sideband. I believe you're hearing the Puerto Rico Navy on 4985, the radio teletype signal. If I put it here, 4.985. I believe that is that carrier I hear it strong here. I believe that's the carrier of the U.S. Navy. It's just not doing RTTY. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it must be that. It's not doing RTTY from what I guess for 985. It's just an open carrier. Maybe they're having some problems. But I would guess, my guess, that's my guess, I guess it's that. So I'm back in a few minutes, guys, and we'll try 8132 CW for the next M12 number station. So hang in there. I'll be back in a few minutes. And we are back. We are back. Reception is pretty good today, London 19657. Really good. Really good. Okay. Jim Gardner have the World Radio TV Handbook 1977 in front of me. On the cover is the once famous Barlow Wadley XCR30, which had direct readout on its analog dial. A real object of desire back in the day. How many radios and things we drooled over that we couldn't afford back then. So a minute and a half and we will hear the Morse code from St. Petersburg, Russia. David Ward has Radio Nacional Amazonas strong on 11780 in Texas. Gary Melton, nice to have you here. KM4HLA from Somerville, South Carolina. Shortwave Archives got 4 HD radio stations on AM, all owned by the same company, 560, 670, 810, 910. It affects my reception of stations like WBAP 820, KTNN 660, and KNBR 680. Yeah, all of those that are close to the frequency, the main frequency. So Blogger Die, like I said, I think that is the Puerto Rico Navy RTTY signal that for some reason is idle as just a carrier. Blogger Die has got Radio Rebelde good on 5025. Let's check it out. I have a weak carrier. But it's there. So, are we going to get... Yep. It's a little stronger, just a little bit stronger than the other frequency. On 8132, I get it a little bit more, a little bit better. So, Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Ontario, Canada. Cat Sitera says, I wasn't at all clear in my question. Would amateurs not appreciate me posting a clip of them on my YouTube channel? Probably a non-issue. Best from upstate New York. Oh, you mean if you listen to amateur operators and you make a video of that and you post it on your YouTube channel, if it would be fun. I did it several times. Actually, most of the time when I do it, I actually got feedback from some of these hams telling me, oh wow, thanks for the video, it showed me how my signal was heard in your area. So yeah, it's I don't think it's much of a problem. David Ward 5025 decent. Lagadai's got Radio Slovakia in English on 5850. So London 19657, yep. It's not bad tonight. Not bad. Take care, Art. Stay safe. The Wind 1960, nice to have you here from New York. Tosin loves is hearing it. London 19657, thank you for the tip. Much appreciated. David Ward says, here's 8131 upper sideband. So pretty cool, pretty cool. And so let's check out the email. Let's check out that email. First QSL card. So front and back, I would guess. So this is front. Here's the first QSL card of our friend Mike B. And there's the other one, which is probably the back, I would guess. Or, oh, here's the W9 IMS Indianapolis. So this is pretty cool. Probably contacted that station almost every year. So cool. Thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. Much appreciated. It's really, really nice. Brian Ashcroft is watching from the UK, by the way. And that's good. Madrio DXer, thank you so much for the donation. And let's check out if any emails from other viewers are coming in. I'm going to look here on the computer. And here we go. So that Morse code's coming in well. Morse code's coming in well. Not too bad. So thank you, Kevin Davidson and Brian Leisner, for your PayPal donations, by the way. And nothing much. Our friend out in Tennessee saying, thank you for answering my question a little earlier. All right. That's pretty cool. There's a few pirates. No pirates right now. Okay, let's refresh. But yeah, there's a pirate. There's the Birds Radio on 6950 right now. That's being reported at 22. So one pirate on 6950 upper sideband. So the St. Petersburg, Russia Morse code is being heard, and on 8131. Uh, 8132 CW. And then 19657, all about communication. Mike Beam, my thanks to you and the chat for the wisdom, the motivation, and the information. Hey, we're here for that. Jerry Hart, I had a car back in the late 80s that had an AM Sequam stereo and FM stereo. Wow. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. So there will be a different one on a very low frequency. That one I don't know if we'll hear. 5182 in 5 minutes. M23, which is a different one. What's M23? 5182 would be one in 5 minutes. So let's see. M23, what is that? Morse code station of uncertain origin and purpose. Despite being assigned an Enigma designator, is not a typical number station. Direction finding attempts put the transmitter location in France, possibly near Paris. So guys, this one, M23, would be from France, possibly, according to direction finding equipment. It might be there, might not be there, because they say that it is a station that pops up unexpectedly on a frequency and time several times, and then it just disappears, and you have to find it where it is the next time. So this one's an interesting one. It could be from France. M23. So the next frequency to tune, guys, to see if we can hear that, 5182 CW. So let's check that. 5182 CW, possible from France. And that will come up in a few minutes. A couple of minutes now. 3 minutes. Not even 2 minutes. 5182. So let's tune that. 5182. So this one's a weird one. This one's kind of interesting. From France, possibly from France. I have no idea if I'm going to hear anything here. This is going to be interesting. Skidology, nice to have you here. Says he's hearing 6950. Pirate, 6950. And let's go for 6950 if I hear it here. Yep. Decent signal here too. 6950. Decent signal for the Pirate on 6950. Any idea what the strong carrier on 5165? So I have a carrier here. I'm hearing absolutely nothing here. So absolutely nothing here. So let's try 5182. It might not be there. We'll see if we hear anything out of France, possibly France. Also know if I can see 8132 very clearly on the waterfall, but it's not strong enough to decode. As we have, Michael says high fidelity AM radio before FM stereo was popular, 50s to the early 60s. So it's going to be interesting to try. And after that, there's going to be another one from Russia. So is that coming in? 5182. I'm going to check it out through the no, it's not transmitting. I don't think so. I don't hear it in the U20. I had a U20 receiver in the Netherlands, so I don't think it is transmitting. So if you don't hear it, I think it's normal. I think it's totally normal. So the next one will be, again, the St. Petersburg, Russia one on 9263. 9263. Which, by the way, is close to 9265. So WINB is actually interfering with it right now. I could hear WINB on 9265 in Red Lion, Pennsylvania. But 9263, what I'll do is I'll put it on lower sideband, and I'll put it on 9264, which will help me get the Morse code signal and avoid as much as possible of WINB. So 9263 kilohertz CW is the next one from St. Petersburg, Russia. And I hear the carrier, so I will hear, it will be stronger. This will be the strongest of all on 9263. Mario DXing, maybe the car stereo is better grounded than from other car manufacturers. One thing I know is over the years, every time I was in a car, rented a car or whatever, I always found that the car radios seem to be so freaking good. It always just jumped at me that these seem to be better. So you have Morse. There shouldn't be Morse. You could be hearing interference from 9265. But I don't hear Morse here at all. Remember that 9265, you're probably hearing that if you're in CW mode. You're hearing what's happening on 9265. Sheila, nice to have you on board from Belleville, Ontario. Welcome aboard. Tosunov sees a carry on 5200. John Arash, okay. Skidology, I never get those Russian CW stations. We'll try this one, 9263 or 9264 lower sideband to avoid WINB. David Ward says WINB is strong here too. So basically to avoid WINB as much as possible, you tune like 9264 LSB. That pushes you away from the main station. I still hear it a little bit, but it actually not enough to interfere with. I'll be hearing the Morse code from the number station, even though it's there. So it's in 6 minutes time from now. So it's pretty cool. We're having a lot of fun. So I just have another beer. Cheers, everybody. Time goes fast. 2 hours and a half already in the show. But it's not there yet. 92, 6. The CW station is in 6 minutes. It's not there yet. It's 5 minutes from now. It's going to be at 2240 UT. So it's still 5 minutes before 9263 is here. And of course, we do have the Pirate Station. 6950 is coming in quite well here. Quite well. I hear something very weak in AM mode on 6865. $68.65. I hear something weak. AM mode. Jean Arash FM car radios were expensive in the 70s. We didn't have one in our private cars. When my father drove the CKVL mobile unit, it had an FM radio because they needed to hear C'est Quoi in the car. Stostanov, I hear the duck quacks on 6265. Not hearing anything there. Not hearing anything there. Yeah, there used to be a time where car radios were not necessarily a thing everybody had. Definitely. Definitely. So we're waiting for 9263. On the Kenwood 5000, listening to the Pirate on 6950 on coming in quite well. As we wait 2 seconds, I want to try something. I wonder if if I'm hearing 9996 RWM time signal. Oh yeah, 9996 CW, the time signal, RWM time signals, is coming in from Moscow, Russia, RWM. So 9996 is there. No wonder we are hearing the St. Petersburg station for M12. Propagation is very good tonight. Very good. From what I see here, we got some really amazing propagation. For a change, because we were getting some really bad propagation this week. So 2 minutes, 9263. Blogadai, you know what? I couldn't make it, but it has the very fluttery signal of an Asian signal. And if I look at EIBI space, do they have something on 6865? They don't. So I wonder if it's not one of those CNR1 jammers or something that might be on that frequency to jam something. Because it's very interesting. Shortwave archive. The icon takes me back to some of your older videos. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And the first live shows with the icon in the kitchen on the dryer. Take care of Loudman, and always nice to have you on board. Have a good night. Stay safe. David Ward, 9996, fading in and out. John Arash, 9263 AM as voice signal. Yeah, you're listening to 9265. And here we go. Hearing the Morse code. Yeah. By using a lower sideband. By using lower sideband, I'm getting it quite well on that frequency. So that's the strongest for all the ones tonight. Mike B, is it time in Moscow? Moscow nights? Brian Penny had to buy an FM converter from Lafayette Radio Electronics and my 1967 Plymouth Valiant. Tune your radio to 1610. Oh, wow. An FM converter. Wow. Ricky Leong. Ricky says still too much daylight for the good stuff here in Calgary. Heard CFB Trenton Volmet on 15034 or USB earlier. Not the usual noise here today. Getting interference from the washing machine. Morse code. David Ward hearing Morse code in the background on 9264 LSB. 9265 is so strong. So, yeah. So, yep, 9264 lower sideband is coming in well. And 264 LSB is definitely pretty good here. With fast Morse code right now. Shortwave Archive. I've been hearing that they keep dismantling the shortwave sites in Russia, but I don't know how many are left. All I know is that the situation is getting desperate. The last I read something about it, there was still quite a lot of them, though, that were maintained and kept in working order. So they might be dismantling some stuff, but I think they're not dismantling all the stuff. I think there's still some transmitter sites that are definitely being maintained for some reason. And I haven't looked. I don't know if they're still doing it, but for years, Voice of Russia was actually registering frequencies from the on the HFCC listings. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board from Ontario. Nice to have you here. So pretty strong CW mode here for some interesting stuff. Pirate Birds Radio 6950 upper sideband coming in decently well here on the ICOM also. So this is pretty cool. I think I did say pizza, London. I think I did say pizza for Paul with anchovies. I'm pretty sure. David Johns, nice to have you here in Ohio. 54 cal, 9995 upper sideband. I think I got it on the MLA30. W is overpowering the random wire. What you could do is go to 9997 and put it in lower sideband to go away from WWV. Try 9997 lower sideband, 54 cal. Shortwave Archive. Voice of Russia still registers frequency? That's weird. I mean, they've been doing that for what, 10, 15 years? And there we go. The Morse code has ended. So if I go back up to 9996... right now it's a time pips. So right now it's a time pips on 9996. So what you could do is to avoid WWV, you go on 9997 lower sideband. Blogger Eyes 6865 might be Sound of Hope with its alternating male-female announcers. Who knows? It's for me, it's too noisy to make out anything. But there's definitely a carrier there. So, take care, London 19657. Lisuel PU8 OMT, nice to have you here from Brazil. Welcome aboard. Shortwave Archive, I don't know about the other sites, but I know there's a big topic on certain forums of people getting upset that they're dismantling the Krasnodar, one of those maintained sites. Yeah. You know, I wonder how... It's very difficult to assess, but how the sanctions and all the things that are happening, how it's impacting Russia, and you know, to maintain these things, you need to have people working. So could it be that they've started to scale down, saying, well, you know, maybe we'll never use them or anything? Hey, Fred Water, nice to have you on board. No problem. It's all right, you're late. Life gets in the way sometimes. By the way, a little promotion for a couple of things that haven't promoted in a while. We have the International Radio Report Show, which is a show that airs on CKUT 90.3 FM in Montreal. And tomorrow is the 38th anniversary edition. 38. This is incredible. Incredible. The show started in November 16th. Actually, the station CKUT is also at 38th anniversary. CKUT went on the air November the 16th, which tomorrow is November the 16th, the exact day, 1987. And the International Radio Report was one of the first shows to air 38 years ago on CKUT. And so we'll have a little bit of a special on that tomorrow on the show. So you can listen to it on ckut.ca. So ckut.ca if you want to hear it live. You can use whatever, tune in or whatever you use to aggregate stations to stream CKUT 90.3 FM. And of course, we have a YouTube channel where the show is usually posted later in the day Sunday. So youtube.com/@IRR. So this is the International Radio Report Show. It's a show that talks about what's happening in the world of radio around the world and locally, internationally. And if you've never listened to it, it's a 30-minute show. It airs on CKUT at 15:30 UTC, 10:30 a.m. local time. And so if you miss it, you can go onto our YouTube channel, check it out. Me and Sheldon are doing this every week, and I've been with the show since 2018, so it's been 7 years now. So this is a great show if you like radio news from around the world, and so on. Also, to point out that there is something called the Canadian International DX Club. And the Canadian International DX Club is Canada's radio club. It is an amazing club. Everybody that is subscribed to the CIDX loves this publication that they have, the Messenger. It is also not just a publication. You're part of a radio club. Sorry. We are every month we have a Zoom meeting where we just meet up and have fun together, where you can join. So check it out. I have a utility column in there. Brian Penny has a pirate column. And we have several other people here that have columns in the bulletin. So you get a PDF bulletin every month. This month it's more than 100 pages. It's pretty big. You get the fact that we have a Zoom meeting every month, and of course you're part of a club. You're not just, it's not just getting a bulletin in a Zoom meeting. You're really part of a club, and it might be a Canadian club. It deals with everything radio from all around the world. You can have a sample copy of the the messenger if you want. So if you want to know what it's all about, simply go to this webpage and check out and ask for a sample copy. If you never ask for it, it's free. Just say, hey, I want to have a copy. I want to see what this looks like. And if you like it, it's $10 for a year, $25 3 years. It's a bargain, and you get a lot of the stuff, a lot of information, and a lot of, if you're new to the hobby, I think it's a great publication. If you're a seasoned listener, if you're an amateur radio operator, there's things for everybody in there. It's pretty cool. So check it out. Check it out. I think you'd find it very interesting. So as we continue, Jean Arash, so you and Sheldon are part of the furniture at CKUT. Well, Sheldon, yes. I'm not, because I'm only 7 years in. So obviously I came in much later. The story for me with when I got into the show has to do with the 30th anniversary show. So what happened is, me and Sheldon, let's go back in time. So I'm Sheldon Harvey. First time I've ever met in person Sheldon Harvey. I mean, the name existed in my mind a long time. I heard Sheldon Harvey on Radio Canada International, DX Digest, and things like that, or whatever they had to show. But I met Sheldon for the first time in person in 1992-ish. There was he organized a radio festival here in Montreal. It was in a basement of a church downtown, and that's the first time I actually pretty much went to a radio event. And it's the first time I met Sheldon back in '92. Then me and Sheldon was like an off and on thing. For some reason, we would meet at different events. There was a event downtown Montreal once a year, which was like a hobby show, where they would have all sorts of things. If you were into, building, ships and planes and whatever, kits of all sorts. If you were in whatever hobby of some sort, stamps, collecting, whatever, that Sheldon had a table with CIDX there. He would sell books. So I would go there all the time because I wanted to buy books and see the stuff that they had. And as time went by, where me and Sheldon came kind of more actual friends, really started when I started this channel. And the CIDX club, like many radio clubs, was going downhill pretty much. And there was a point where they hit a low of only about 90 subscribers. And we're starting to wonder, what do we do? Do we continue this? There's only 90 subscribers now. And I mean, for all the work. So what happened is, I started this show. I started a live show. I started the YouTube channel. I started talking about CIDX. And CIDX suddenly came back to life thanks to me talking about it a lot. And of course, Sheldon did efforts on his side and so on and so on. And subscriptions came back up to levels that are almost levels from the 80s when a radio club existed. So this is where me and Sheldon came kind of closer. Then I went to the CIDX barbecues and stuff like that because I was a member. Then Sheldon needed somebody for the utility column. I decided to do the utility column after that. And then, of course, things just went by. At the 30th anniversary of the International Radio Report, Sheldon actually invited me. He said, it's like with what I do and the importance of everything I do now with radio, I think it was just fit to, invite me to the International Radio Report show, because it's like, okay, and I'm somebody that now my name is a known name in the hobby now. So at the 30th anniversary, which was in 2017, I was there with other people. And what happened there is that after the show ended, Sheldon looked at me and said, "You are welcome to this show anytime you want." And I started thinking about that phrase, anytime I want. What does that mean? Is that every week? All the time? You want to see my face every time? Every week? So basically, what happened is I, from that time, started to go there every Sunday. And I was regular. And where all of it became even more interesting is when the pandemic hit. What happened? What do we do? And Sheldon started thinking, do we stop this? Do we stop doing the show? And I was thinking that if we stopped doing the International Radio Report at that point, it would never come back. It would disappear, for sure. So I told Sheldon, wait, I had never done, how do we do a recording, or literally a virtual recording online? We were both on Skype. I didn't have a console. I didn't have any equipment. All I thought is, okay, well, if I just we do it on Skype and somehow I feed the audio somewhere in another computer, or I didn't know how to do it. And the first recording was extremely painful. It was like, oh God, I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea. And then, of course, I got the console and everything, which I needed anyways for the live shows like I'm doing here. And we ended up doing this show virtual now since March of 2020. We do it virtual, and we record, and we use Zoom, and I use Audacity as the software to record, and so on. And we do it on Friday afternoon. So that's pretty much a story of what's happening now. So, and I'm happy to be part of the show, and I'm happy to, to be part of the International Radio Report. And, hey, it's kind of cool. Shortwave archive. I think the worst part is that they never supply the buildings with proper heating. Transmitters produce enough heat, but when you close your broadcast, there's no more heat in the building. Yeah, that actually was the what was scary of the transmitter site in Greenville, North Carolina, when they shut it down, kind of a little savage. Some people are saying, yeah, but you can't leave transmitter site alone like that without at least a minimum of care if you want the transmitters to work again. And that's probably what they did. They didn't care about it. So will they start up? Will they still work? That's a good question. So Blogger is going indoors. Getting dark. Fred Waters, CIDX is worth joining. Brian Penny, read the Shell Utility column first, then if you want more, you read the free radio scene from the latest in the Radio Pirate. But seriously, the entire Messenger rocks. Yeah, it's an amazing publication. Fred Water says, I took the 3-year subscription, should be due to renew sometime around next Shortwave Fest. Cool. Jeff K, nice to have you on board. N2ZNN, New Jersey, was listening to someone explain about digital comm called FreeDV, supposed to replace SSB for better communications. Mandarin DXer, I listen every week to IRR. You and Sheldon do a great job on the show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And all radios, the Zenit X390 clock radio works. Yeah, that's cool. That's always fun. That's always fun. You know, if you get a lot of old radios, get yourself a way of powering them with a variable power input. You need to have those old radios. If you don't know the state they're in, old radios, don't just plug them in the wall outlet and turn on, because you can zap them and burn them immediately. You need a variable power supply that will actually, and ideally with a isolation transformer that will keep you safe from zapping yourself, and also you can power the radio very slowly, and if you see anything going wrong, you can stop before the radio gets damaged. If you buy a lot of old radios, this is something you need to think about as a purchase, or as something that you need to get. Because just, you know, taking some radio somewhere, dusting it off, looking at the back, let's plug that in. You never know what could happen. And that goes with your safety, your own safety too. That's for sure. So yeah, it's always so that's kind of the story with me and Sheldon, and I mean the radio stuff, and over the years and everything, it's just crazy what what happens when you do stuff, and where it brings you. And I remember, and that's what I said in the show tomorrow. I remember in the 90s thinking, well, that would be cool to be on a show like that, International Radio Report. And hey, behold, I'm there today. And, life just sent me that direction for some reason, with all the stuff that I do. And it's kind of cool, I mean, I never did really think that when I started this live show, when I started this channel, that at some point I'd be known enough in the radio hobby that people would be, oh yeah, that guy, that Gilles guy from Montreal, he's, like everybody knows who I am, or not everybody, but a lot of people. And I'm like, well, okay, kind of cool. The best will always be the first time that I was doing some radio in a park, and there is a bike path not very far, and I see this guy on the bike going, slowing down, going towards me, and I'm like, well, he's going to ask me what I'm doing. And the first thing he says is, oh, you're the guy from the YouTube channel with all the radios. And I'm like, yeah. And he says, oh, what cool radios do you have today? And I was showing him the new Texans. I had the Texan H501X with me. I had a Texan PL330. And he was like, oh, wow, these are so cool. I never seen them, in person. I never had seen the radios actually work. So that was kind of a kick. You get a kick out of like, oh, wow. Just out of random, somebody's like, oh, you're the guy from the YouTube channel. Oh, okay, cool. That's nice. That's kind of nice. So you never know. It's something so funny when you think about it. So hey, go and get that CIDX membership, guys. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love the messenger. You're gonna be able to join us on the Zoom meetings. It's a great thing to do. So anything else showing up here on Pirates? There's only the Birds Radio 6950, which I'm still hearing. Still hearing it. 6950. Upper sideband. Hey, Brian Leesner. Love you too. I love you all. It's always cool to have you guys here. And, it's like starting the hobby. I mean, when I think about how all of this, radio craziness started for me. The first ever radio, like I say it all the time, the first ever radio is that Ernie and the bathtub receiver that I had. It was just, you know, Ernie bathtub AM radio. I have a vintage Sesame Street. Here we go. Yeah, this is what I had. And it says AM FM. There was not FM. It was just AM. So anyways, here's a here's what it looked like. This is the first radio I've ever owned. And I asked my sister. Said, when did... Oh, the link is too long. Hey, Dat. I should be able to put all the... So anyways, Ernie in the bathtub. RJ Dakota, no, it's 6950, upper sideband there. Old radios, the Zenith is from 1966. It's kind of late for a tube radio. No, it's not that late, actually. A tube, it's probably an All-American 5. All-American 5 tube receivers were extremely popular up to the early 70s. It's actually not that late. In the 60s, those were the cheapest radio around, pretty much. If you wanted to have some kind of, you know, bedside radio or kitchen radio. So they were very popular. And because the All-American 5 design is so cheap and basic, those radios were the cheapest you could get. So they were very popular until the early 70s. I had some that I'd look at the radios, and I was like, whoa, what? That was made in 1970, 71? I thought tube radios were much older than that. And that's where you just like see that, okay, they were made much more than we think, much later than we think. So that guy in the park is one of the rare people who didn't think you were a cop or something. Yeah, that guy knew I was a radio guy. That's pretty much it. But in general, yeah, people think that I'm a cop. Actually, this summer, one guy in a bike passed by, and that I'd seen so many times, and he was telling me that there's some of his friends that he talks to every day that he goes to the park, and he was telling me that they all thought I was a cop. I was a park cop. So I was like, yeah. You know, there's a good thing around it. I won't be mugged. I won't be harassed. It's like, you know, people just go in the park and it's like, oh, there's a cop. Let's go. Let's get out. There's a cop in the park. Actually makes me safer. When 1960 has WWV on 25,000 kilohertz. So S9 Plus. Yeah, it was coming in quite well earlier. I don't know if it's still... Let me check the on the Kenwood, just out of curiosity. This would be on the NFED. This would be the... It's very, very weak now, but I hear it. I still hear it. Let's try 20. Go down to 20. I hear 20. I hear 15. 10 is the best for me here. And it's still a little early for 5. I have some kind of other tone at the top of the hour on 10, and it doesn't sound like WWVH. Tosanov hearing WV on WWV on 25 megahertz. Mad Radio DXer, that is great because you have the whole park to yourself. And you know what? I actually have seen people get in the park, see me with the radios, and turn back. Like, okay, what were you going to do in the park if you're scared of the guy with the radios? It's just funny. It's just so funny. There's, I'm approachable. I mean, when people look at me, it's like I smile back, like a low smile, because if I can show someone, radio and what I'm doing, yeah, why not? Like this summer. This summer was kind of funny because I have had, you guys know the experiences I had with cops. One that was really bad at one point. This summer was the opposite. 2 girls on bikes, 2 cops. There were 2 girls. They passed by, and then one stopped and said, "Okay, I'm too curious. I want to know what you're doing." And she was just curious. It was not even. She was not a cop anymore. It was just like, "Oh, you're doing this and you're doing that," and it's like, and I was explaining what they were hearing and so on, and she was like, "Wow, this is so cool," The 2 girls were great, and I got conversations. There was that guy that I stopped by. I think we talked for an hour and a half. The guy did shortwave back when he was young in the 70s, and when he saw me with the radios, the first thing he said is, "Shortwave?" I said, "Yeah," because he said, "I looked at the wire in the tree. Those only shortwave guys do that." And man, we talked for an hour and a half, and not just about radio, about the good old days of 70s and 80s in Montreal. There's a lot of one of the funniest one was 2 guys and 2 girls that go to the picnic table a little further away. One of the girls comes and see me, and she says, "Hi, I'm just curious. I want to know what you're doing." And I'm explaining to her, what I'm doing and all of that, and she finds it so cool. And then she looks at me. She says, "Hey, we're gonna smoke weed. You want to join us?" I was like, "That's all right. It's all right. Thanks for the offer, but it'll be okay." It's like there's all of these types of people there, and and it's a place that things happen. If you get a drift of what I mean by things happen in the bushes. And so what's funny about that is when I'm there with my radios, things don't happen anymore in the bushes because they all think I'm going to get up and go and, arrest them or something. Oh, good. Shortwave Archive. I'm always asked, what car are you controlling or what are you flying? That's good. Yeah, that's what I need. I need a park cop badge. I'm sure I can get that on Amazon. Dallas Nomad. Nice to have you on board. KD8WVE. Welcome aboard. Ron Hicks. I hear 15 on Texan. Tosin Love here's 25 on Knoxville QE. Skidology, here's 15, which is the best for him. Tourbrook Tim, nice to have you here. Back in the 60s, I remember my father taking the tubes from RTV to the drugstore to be tested. Oh, man. I miss some stuff. Today everything is kind of general, centered into different stores that are specialize in this is what we sell, this is that, this is that. You got a couple of really big, stores that sell all sorts of stuff. But it's not the same as, when I would go to Radio Shack at the local mart here, there is it started with an outdoor shopping mall. And when I was about 10, they made it bigger and they actually made it indoor. And there were a lot more stores. But when I was 11, 12, 13, I would go to Radio Shack because I was drooling over everything I would see there. But there were some stores. We had Woolworth. We had Miracle Mart. We had things like that sold. We had a local one here called Pascal, which was, you could go there, buy your 2x4 if you were in construction or something. But my dad would go there because he was building the shack up north in the 70s. So I would go with him. He would go there and get his 2x4s, his nails, and whatever he needed, a hammer. I would go to the other section where I would buy records. They had records. It was like crazy stores like that. And like Woolworth and stuff, they had like low price whatever. You just go there and look and you'd find stuff. And I was like, and I miss that type of store. It's like it's not the same anymore today. You don't go shopping in the same way today. Ken Michael here's JJY time signal on 10 megahertz in Tokyo on the Greenwich Satellite 800. Cool. What else do we have? Jay Waters and that darn rude female park ranger. Lol, yeah. She was not even a park ranger. She was a cop. She was a city cop. She was like a crazy city cop. I'm sorry, crazy bitch. Let's say it the way it is. Ricky says, I also run wires in trees, can confirm. Dustin, I couldn't find this new Tennessee Kiwi that was so good. I used it last week sometime. Oh. Sometimes you got to take note of it because it's easy to click on one and not find it anymore, especially when there's a lot of them. Ricky, WWV20, strongest in Calgary, nothing on 25. Kevin Michael yesterday, ham FM mode on 29640 from New Zealand, pretty good. Skynet, nice to have you here. Ham people on Linux. We have some Linux people here that do stuff with SDRs and also. Brian Leisner, nothing like your local Radio Shack. Yep. Ron Hicks, I'm listening to CBE radio channel on my Texan 27025. Yeah. RJ Dakota, I had both Lafayette and a Radio Shack practically right across the street. Oh man, that's so cool. The Win 1960, I am using RSPDX and MLE30 on a rotator. Pretty cool. Call Icon, welcome aboard, 6965 apparently. Yeah, in AM mode. It's not super strong. But yeah, in AM mode, 6965, I hear something. Skidology, CHU 7850 for me coming in better than WWV. Yeah, I had it earlier. I wonder if it's still there. 7850. No, it's quieted down now. Let's try 3330. It's there weak, but it's there 3330. So it's pretty cool. Shortwave Archive, been getting a 1 kilowatt AM station during the day on 730 with my XH Data D808 recently. Found out it was 190 miles away. Not bad for a 1 kilowatt station to make it that far away. Dallas Nomad, sorry, I'm KF8EUE. My buddy KD8WVE showed me this channel and wanted to give him a thanks. Ah, cool. Cool. Welcome aboard. Just know there are several Kiwis that don't even have antennas hooked up. And there's so many Kiwis that are just so bad that they just are deaf. There's too much noise and you don't hear anything. So, you know. Sheerluck Holmes. I like the name. Nice to have you here from northern Minnesota. Sheerluck Holmes. So yeah, 6965. Skidiology says 6965 coming in. I had Kevin Michaels listening to 2964 on a Pro 525 in FM mode. I was tuning my Yaesu FTDX10 the other day, and I was going through the FM repeater frequencies, which were very quiet. And I was curious about, is it propagation or is it that nobody's there? So because repeaters have to ID, I thought I'm going to put my radio on a frequency of a repeater, and I'm just going to leave it there and see if I hear anything. And behold, after 5 or 10 minutes, I was hearing a repeater ID. So it's like, okay, the repeaters are there. Nobody's using them. So it was like, oh, this is sad. I remember back in the 90s, one that was so amazing was a 29660 in the Virgin Islands, and U.S. Virgin Islands. That repeater was amazing. People were constantly making contacts through it. I was hearing it back then on a cheap 10-channel portable scanner. It didn't even have a frequency display. It only had the channels displayed. And so I had programmed some FM. It would go down to 29 megahertz. I had programmed some FM 10 meter frequencies, like the calling frequency for FM simplex, and all the repeaters, and I'd let it scan. And that 2966 from the U.S. Virgin Islands was always coming in. It was just so amazing. Kevin Michael. So yeah, this is kind of cool. The bottom part of you know, a scanner radio. A lot of scanner radios went to 29. It's like the I always found it kind of cool that the Radio Shack Realistic Pro 2006 would actually go down to 25 megahertz. Because it would enable me to listen to WFLA on 25870. The relay in Florida would use 25870. And I remember in the 90s, where I lived before, I would constantly hear in the afternoon WFLA coming in throughout the afternoon on 25870. And this is where I learned about Rush Limbaugh back in the day, which I had no idea because here in Canada we don't have those people. And I was like, okay, it's interesting. So, man, so many things, the discovery of frequencies and modes and new things. I remember the first time, the Kenwood R5000 was the first shortwave radio that I remember back in the day had an FM mode. And I was like, I didn't know anything. And I wondered why a shortwave radio had FM. I didn't know there was anything in FM on the shortwave range. And it's later by, I think it was reading Monitoring Times, that I came across an article which was dedicated to FM on the 10 meter band. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. There's some FM hams on the 10 meter band. That I didn't know. And that's when I started listening more to that range. And I came to a point where I started tuning around, and sort of activity was high, and started hearing the FM repeaters on 25 megahertz first of all, which the FM relay, the studio to link relay to the transmitter side. and heard so many FM stations there, and of course the 10-meter band FM. And I was like, oh wow, there's some FM stuff to listen to. This is so cool, so cool. So it was kind of cool. And you know what? With my Yisu, several times when propagation is good, tomorrow morning I should do that. Here, the best time for that is in the morning. So like from, maybe like local 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m. That's the kind of the range where you can do some FM contacts with Europe. And last year I did quite a few actually. And I should check that out tomorrow morning and see if I can make some FM contacts again with Europe. 29500 is like that calling frequency. They're always calling there. And it's kind of cool to when I made contacts with the FM mode on 10 meters I found that so cool. It's like a mode that never explored, Hey, K6YYL, ham radio lady, nice to have you on board. I always have this little pop-up of live streams from a K6YYL ham radio lady that shows us 6 meters or 10 meters, and it's kind of fun to watch. Welcome aboard. It's been a long time from California. Hope you are well. Brian Leisner, good evening. I feel the landing gear deploying. Oh, you're arriving. That's cool. Matt, nice to have you here from Denver, Colorado. Nice to have you here. Take care, Brian. So, kind of cool to have all of that and have the discovery also of having things you didn't know about. So many of my listening experience came off of listening and just by accident getting into some signal that makes it so cool, especially when you like really go are into it. You're really into the hobby of radio, and anything new, anything you never heard before is a new way, a new exploration, a new something just amazing that you have to understand what it is. There's so much that people miss when, I guess that's what was part of the experience of me being a very heavy, crazy guy listening to stuff. When I got a scanner radio for the first time, that thing was working 24 hours a day. I had to see what was everywhere, on every range, on every frequency. What can I hear? What can I hear more that I didn't hear before? And so on. And I would bring my portable scanners with me everywhere. This is how, I still remember how excited I was. And at first I didn't understand. But I still remember going to a park, one of the parks that I make videos. And I had my Pro 43 scanner. And I remember 2 frequencies that I came across that were like amazing. What is that? I want to know more. One was 150 megahertz. And later on, after scanning that range, around it, like 149.94 or 97, 150, 150.030. Same type of signal. Sounds like radio teletype. For some reason, it lasts 10, 15 minutes and then it's gone. And that was so... I was wondering, how can I find more about what this is? Why does it last 10 or 15 minutes? Same thing at 137 megahertz range. I would hear those ping ping sound from the NOAA weather satellites, which I didn't know were that. What is that ping ping sound? Why does it last only 15 minutes? That's so weird. And I still remember I got my answer, because back then, no internet, guys. I'm sorry, but you just gotta try to find your way around what could be there, and maybe people could help you. But I got the answer the day there was an article in Monitoring Times about satellites, and the satellites that you could hear on the scanner radio. And the article was actually hunting down satellites of all sorts. And that's where I understood, wow, so those signals are from satellites. And this is where, you start looking at, oh, I need a program on my 386 computer to track satellites, and I need those 2-element satellite thingy to make sure that I'm up to date. And it's just so fascinating when you stumble upon all of these weird things like that, which is kind of interesting. So Mike WX50, nice to have you here. Ron Hicks, I've always found Skip fascinating. That's what got me into ham radio. Yeah, it is definitely. Definitely, Ron Hicks, when I was a teenager, my father had a 61 Ford Falcon station wagon, and it had a tube AM radio in the dash. My dad would let me sit in the car in the summer at night and listen to AM2 radio. Wow. Anyway, I found it fascinating that I could hear an AM radio station in Atlanta. That just blew my mind. The first time that I started noticing Skip at night, and it was kind of cool, because I tell this story from time to time. It brings me back to, early teenage years. I had my boombox that would make my cassettes with all the mixtapes of everything I was playing on the radio. And but I had noticed that on the AM band at night, I would hear stations far away. And my mom liked to listen to, big band music and, Benny Goodman and stuff like that. And back then, 1130, which today is Bloomberg, New York, was WNEW playing oldies. They were playing those big band stuff. And one of the memories I've got from back in the day is, maybe I'm 13 or 14 years old, and sitting in the on the balcony outside because it's too hot in the summer to be inside, and enjoying listening to that with my mom from station in New York. And two things were, for me, it was trippy because it was like, well, my mom was enjoying the program, and I found it so cool that I'm just listening to something on the AM band out of New York City. It seemed to be so far away from me. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board. Tasso V, good evening. Nice to have you here. And thank you for the nice shirt. Thank you so much. Jay Warrison, Jill was a master at the use of card catalog. John Narash, I didn't even know you could receive satellites with a scanner. I thought you needed a dish for that. Yeah, the dish is for the ones that are high up in the geostationary area. Because those are so far away, you need a dish and an amplifier to get the signal. But the ones that are low Earth orbit, these are the ones that your scanner radio gets. So this is what you get. Like Bobby at the beginning of the live show today shared the International Space Station Slow Scan TV event. Well, that can be heard with scanner radio and just a rubber duck antenna. So you tune the frequency, and once you know when it's passing over you, you hear it. You hear it. But because those are low Earth orbit, so what you're listening to is a few hundred kilometers away. And since it's line of sight, it's coming in. You can receive it. So there's a lot of satellites. There's the weather satellites, the low Earth weather satellites that you can even decode the weather images, stuff like that. You don't need any fancy equipment, actually. Really, the dish is for anything that is really much further away, the geostationary satellites. I remember one satellite, because there's amateur radio satellites in space. I remember the first one that was called Dove. One of the first one that was an FM. It was only an FM message being broadcast by the satellite. And the satellite was called Dove. And I still remember it was a robotic voice. And when you would hear it, all you would say is, "This is Dove in space." And I remember I would listen to that. And one summer day, I was with a friend of mine. We were playing tennis. And it was one of those summer days when you just doing stuff. And we were playing tennis. And I remember I had my scanner with me, and he was wondering. I said, "There's something I want to show you that is really cool." And he was a little geeky on the side, so I knew he would find it so cool. So when came the time, I said, "Okay, let's stop. There's something that's going to happen now." And I took out the scanner radio, and I knew that the satellite was passing over Montreal in the afternoon. And I turned on, and I put the frequency, and we listened. I said, "Look at that. You're going to hear something. It's going to say, 'This is Dove in space.' This is a satellite in space passing over us in the orbit." And we were listening to the static, and then suddenly a signal came up, and it said, "This is Dove in space." And he said, "This is so cool." And I said, "Yeah, it definitely is amazingly cool that you could hear something like that." And it was like, it's just, and I remember being sad because the Dove satellite, it didn't break down. The Dove satellite was attached to another payload, and it stopped because when they switched the power off to the other satellite, it automatically switched the power off to the amateur satellite. So I was like, "Oh, this is sad. No more Dove." But it was so cool. Just hearing a voice from that little satellite going around the Earth saying, "This is Dove in space." I don't know. I was just so amazed at that back in the day. And my friend was amazed. My friend said, "Wow, this is definitely cool." What else do we have? Yeah, that digital mode that JFK posted, I've seen before. I've seen before something about it. I need to check more about it. I remember reading a little bit about it. So, The oldest I remember of a car, my dad had I remember my dad had a blue Toyota in 1975, 76. And I still remember we went to Chicoutimi, Quebec. And from Montreal, there are a lot of climbing. The roads are going up all the time. And he burned the clutch. And I still remember we were on one of the straight paths, not very far from one of the road going up and down. And he got out of the car. He pushed the car around, and he pushed it up to close to the edge of the first the road going down. And there were several steps like that. So he said, "All right, let's just let the car go because the car just wasn't driving anymore. Says let's just let the car go with the different steps and hope that we end up near someone that we can use to either have a phone or a garage. And we ended up nowhere. And it was finally another car that stopped by, and then everything happened. We waited for a towing, and we spent. I got to say one thing about that trip. I know it cost my parents a fortune because they had to fix the car, but my father was like the driving of my father was like when you go somewhere, you never stop. You just drive. That annoyed me like crazy. And we ended up in a very, very small town called Saint-Urbain. I still remember. And they were celebrating their centennial, 100 years. And so, because they needed to have the part come in and everything, it took 12 hours before the car was fixed. Well, for 12 hours, I was in the centennial of this little town, and there was this parade, and there was all sorts of fun things happening. Best time I've ever had. I was about 8 years old, somewhere later, maximum. Joseph used to record the radio too. Some tapes recorded them over and over. In the end, there would always be some crazy clutter F clips and stuff layered, hilarious. I remember how he's kind of saying to the every time I would tape a song, like the DJ would never stop talking. It's like, oh, shut up! I want to tape this song. Coco, nice to have you here. Hearing FT8 for the first time got me down the rabbit hole and turned me into getting an amateur radio license. Cool. There's for everyone. Yeah, it was more like a big band station, old radios. Not oldies in the way that we think oldies like rock and roll. It was really more of a big band era radio station. It's kind of 30 years ago or something. We played with a President radio got with some good heater attached. Okay. Ron Hicks. I also remember getting some UHF skiff on my TV when I was a teenager. One day I was picking up a UHF station, channel 2. Yeah, that's VHF. That's VHF. But I got channel 4 in Dothan, Alabama, on a black and white TV with just the rabbit ears back in the 80s. I was just so freaking amazed. I watched a whole show of Jeopardy. Doug Noble says, first reception of Radio New Zealand at about 1 a.m. My time was very cold, and no, it was North Island and South Island even. Yeah, I mean, shortwave, we learned a lot with shortwave. Anybody listened a lot to shortwave, we learned about the world like nobody else. Where countries were, what countries were all about. I mean, how many things we learned that everybody else around us didn't even know. Still today. EFOG3, nice to have you here. Kev Michael, remember getting KOMA, Oklahoma City at night on 1500 kilohertz. Pretty cool. Shortwave archive, my favorite AM radio memory was 4 years ago. Not long after I discovered AM radio DXing, I was listening to KRVN Nebraska on my Toshiba pocket radio, and they were playing old radio plays. Cool. That's cool. That's the cool stuff. Two Broke Tim talking about Skip. At night I could pick up CKLW here in Baltimore, Maryland, AM of course. Also no channel 3 or 4 era. Old radios. My oldest car memory was my dad had a blue Ford Festiva which he traded for a Plymouth Neon the day of the OJ chase happened. Oh God. My WX50. The only song I remember from my parents' car back was Love Girls by Edison Lighthouse. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ron Hicks renewed his license this year. KM4 LDI. That's great. Don't let that go away. Sheila, I remember my dad's 1967 Pontiac Beaumont had no radio and manual steering. He had a radio installed later at the dealership. Oh, God. Oh, man. So, Narash, we learned about how it was back when, thanks to Shortwave. It was useful for me because I learned Spanish on Shortwave. It was just so cool to just so cool to learn about things we didn't know, and it made us look at a world map. I remember that one of the first things that I thought I needed when I listened to Shortwave, I needed a world map. It's very simple. I really needed a world map. And the first thing I did was go out and buy a world map, put it on a wall, so I can see all of those countries. And it made it even more impressive because it was like, wow, I'm hearing, from, like on this one here, I'm hearing a signal from here all the way here. This is so amazing, The first of everything also was, I think for many of us, such a cool moment. The first night on Shortwave with understanding what Shortwave was also, because that's the other thing, is that for the first time when I got my DX100, that manual of Radio Shack was very small, but it was direct to the point of this is what you can hear. And I remember for the first time understanding, oh, okay, I can hear the world with this radio. And when I tuned the first night, I understood I can hear the world. It was clear. It was not, no, well, there's probably some kind of gimmick. No, this is very clear that I listened to the world on it. And then then it's the discovery. It's like you hear the easy ones. This is the fun part. You hear the easy ones which were great, because there was a lot of easy stations that were just so cool to listen to. But once you're past the easy ones and you tune around, and I was a curious guy, I tune everywhere. If you tell me don't tune there because there's nothing at this time, well, that's an invitation for me to tune there. I don't care. I'm going to go and see if there's something. I'll judge if there's nothing there. I'm not going to listen to you tell me not to tune there because there's nothing. I'm going to go and listen anyway. And I'll let you know if there's nothing. That's what I was doing. And back in the day, I was tuning, they were telling me, oh, don't tune high frequencies at night. Yeah, but the problem with that is that in the summertime, high solar activity, high frequencies could be very surprising at night. And this is how, in a summer evening, I was tuning around the 13-meter band. And it was very quiet. I remember very quiet. There seemed to be nothing. Until I came across one signal. Only one. It was one signal. It was strong enough to listen to the program. It was in English. And I listened for a good half hour, if not 45 minutes, and got an ID. This is Radio Australia. And I think I froze. I was like, wait a minute. Whoa. That's the other side of the planet. That is some of the furthest thing I could hear from my Montreal location. There's not much more that is further away than that. I somehow kind of almost didn't believe it. And I was on 21 famous frequency they were using back then all the time, 21740. And I remember I listened for 2 hours straight. I mean, I listened to it until about 1 in the morning. It was coming in well and clear. And I was like, I can't believe I'm listening to Australia. This is the coolest things that that could be. You know, it was like, okay, this is just so amazing. And there was a lot of that happening back then, like listening to every little spot, every little thing, every tuning around all the time. Oh man, discovering so much. I wish that is the sad thing. I wish I would have had a better radio back then. You know, I had a really good radio when I got a Kenwood R5000, because even the DX302 was okay, but it had its major flaws. And those flaws were really preventing me from listening to a lot of things. The DX302, no wonder it had a preselector on it. It would overload so much on strong signals, it would actually desensitize, and anything weak near it, you wouldn't hear at all. So, you know, I missed out on probably so many DX targets and things. Plus, you know, the lack of knowledge. I didn't know about utilities. I could hear, you know, yeah, there was, apparently you hear stuff. But I really got into the seriousness of the hobby mostly when I got into with the Kenwood R5000, which was so superior to anything else that I have ever had. And, you know, wish I had that much earlier, but that's life. Life is like that. You can't regret. You had what you had. I had radios that, you know, when I got the DX302, I probably had, even though it was crappy in some ways, I probably had a better radio than a lot of people didn't have radios with, you know, a frequency display. That was like the minimum back then. It's like having a frequency display is like, oh God, this is gold. This is the best thing you can have. I now can tune a frequency and know if I'm hearing something, compared to the X100, which is like you just tune and you don't know where you're tuning anyways. You're just like, well, let's listen to interval signals. Man, it's God. Once again, you know, thinking today, if you could go back with an SDR, can you guys imagine? You take one of the SDRs you got today, and we're going to 1975. I think we will not sleep for days, because there will be too many things to just listen to 24 hours. Turkey on 5960, yep, Skidiology. That's the new frequency for the B25 for North America. Voice of Turkey, 5950. Mike B just started shortwave listening in the last year. I remember how cool it was when I heard the first number station during this chat. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. You know, if you guys have your first cool experience of listening to something because of either a video I posted or because of this live show, this is cool. You know I did part of my job. Matt says, so reverse psychology works on Jill. Interesting. It depends on what. Doesn't work on everything. But Ultramanix. That's Ultramanix. Welcome aboard. John Luheed, got my first world map Christmas 1960. Ran to my room to put it up. My parents didn't see me for the rest of the day. A world map is amazing. When you put a world map and shortwave radio together, it's like you can't stop looking at the world map. Where am I? Okay, where's that? What am I listening to? Oh, look at that. This is so far away. 'Cause I remember it was so cool. Kevin Michael, I got CKRW to Big 8, Windsor, Ontario, Canada at night from Lake Elsinore, California. And the 80s. I have QSL card from 1981. Wow. Ricky says, what you described is exactly what I felt the first time I heard Radio Australia. They were best on 17,580 on summer evenings in the late 90s. And if only I had an MLA 30 back then. Oh, man. Okay, Michael got Radio Australia in California every day, just fantastic. Yeah, 9580. Anybody in North America, I think we can all share the same 9580. You wake up in the morning, what do you tune? 9580. I'm going to listen to Radio Australia. And it was there. 9580 was, it's there. It's always there. It's one of those frequencies where, yeah, you want to hear Australia? Here, 9580. And I remember here would come in until about 11 a.m. Depending on depends summer, winter, but in the summertime, 10 a.m. ish it was starting to get rough. 10 a.m. local time. In the winter time, sometimes we'd go until noon, and it was just so amazing. Mike WX50 remembers hearing domestic shortwave stations from Australia and their time signal stations. It's like South Africa. You know, we had Radio RSA, which was the big broadcaster from South Africa. But they had tons of little stations that I have QSLs here. One was what, Sunder Grace, something like that, which I have a QSL. One was Radio Orion. I remember hearing those on the like 3 megahertz range, 90 meter band. Joseph, rain is just now hitting. Radio and rain, nothing like it. Imagine radio in winter storm. We're supposed to have some snow starting tonight. Is it snowing now? Still nothing happening here. It's probably going to be not far away. Let's check out the maps here, the weather map. And oh, it's close. So you see where Montreal is, and you see all that big storming coming up. This is snow coming, and maybe it's freezing rain. Look at that. It's coming. It's coming. We're going to be invaded by snow, freezing rain, and all sorts of crap in the next 12 hours. Skynet, I went from radio to internet, IRC, and whatnot, but recently rediscovered this hobby. Next is getting lower operational. You know, one of the things, you know, we talk about how streaming was is not necessarily like shortwave. We you know, when you listen to a streaming of Radio Australia, it's cool in its way. I mean, when I got the internet the first time, the technology behind it, knowing that, well, I'm streaming something from, you know, some other country, and I'm hearing that on my computer. And today we have, you know, little portable devices that do that, like, you know, these really little portable streaming devices. And when I got the internet, the first, you know, few years, that streaming stuff starting to be there with Real Player, we could even see small videos. I did think it was cool, though. It was kind of fun, and it kind of reached part of my heart of, well, this is kind of this is kind of nice, you know.
The agreement does not include
You know, like this. I'm listening portable device.
The withdrawal of Rwandan troops from Congolese territory. Kigali says this can happen once the ethnic Hutu FDLR...
You know, this BBC World Service. It's kind of cool. And I mean, I can go and I go to the menu here, and okay, and menu. All right, and here we go. So it wants me to speak. Radio Australia. So let's see if it's going to bring me what I want. And it's... Oh yeah, this one, the firmware is not updated, so it's kind of complicated. But Oceania, here we go. I'm going to go get Australia. Here we go. And, you know, I mean, all right, there is, we have to admit, there is some coolness to all of this technology. So here's ABC Radio Australia. This is what is Radio Australia today in streaming.
Before veering towards the spectators, member for New England Barnaby Joyce has thanked first responders.
Health authorities have issued a new measles alert after another person tested positive in Queensland. The health department says the person visited a number of locations while infectious in the Logan region, south of Brisbane this week, including the Logan Hospital Emergency Department. The person attended US performance...
So, you know, there is some coolness in this. Honestly, there is some coolness in this. But of course, for radio geeks like we are, it's not the same. A invisible radio signal that just travels, you know, not using cables or any technology that we have today. But, you know, you're talking, because this came from our friend talking about IRC, the Internet Relay Chat. And I was like mesmerized at being able to chat in real time, like today, you know. Now it's like I do a live show. This chat is live. Everybody's here watching. I know 122 people are looking at me right now, and some of you are in the chat room. There is a wow factor to that, but of course we're radio geeks, and doing stuff in radio is like so cool. Shortwave archive. My favorite shortwave radio moment is when I heard Radio Romania direct on my radio and not a web SDR. That was in 2022. Cool. They were on 898.50, 73.75, the West Coast, North America. It definitely is cool. Ontario CB Radio Club. Nice to have you on board. How's the activity in the Ontario CB Radio Club? Shortwave Archives, first QSL card, Radio Romania. Cool. Redwater or stamp collecting was as a kid. Shortwave as a teen. Great ways to learn geography. Absolutely. I had my own stamp collecting little thing. I don't know what happened to it. I wish I still had that today. I had my little book my dad has brought me, and we had this big box of stamps. It was kind of cool. Ricky says, yeah, 95.80 in the morning for sure. Yeah. That was our thing. RJ Dakota. You still have listening Radio Australia on 21740. Later moved to 19,000. John Luhy, then I would bring wall pins home from school to mark the QSL's location and took shit for it on the pinholes and the oh god, yeah, the little holes in the wall. That was. Ugh. I had an idea that I'd never done back in the day, and I wanted to do that. And I remember telling my dad, which told me it was a great idea to do it, and I explained to him what I wanted to do, but it was kind of complicated at the same time. Um, old radios, you know, there's other advantages. You'll be here when we're all gone, you know. Simon Templar, nice to have you on board. You know what I wanted to do, John? I had that world map, and I wanted to buy a foam, like maybe a, inch thick foam. And what I wanted to do is pierce a hole onto every city where there was a transmitter site, or wherever a station was, and put in a red, because back then there were only red LEDs, by the way, in the 80s. Don't forget about the other colors. There's red and green, I think. There is not a lot of colors, but I didn't care. My idea was, how about I have a power supply that's powerful enough and put an LED with its resistor, of course, pierce a hole, put it through the foam so that it gets out of the front of the map. And I was thinking I could add an LED for every spot around the world where I heard something. And that would make it such a cool map with little LEDs light up. And that's where I've heard stuff from around the world. And I got my foam. I remember I got the foam, but I never got to making the map. And I thought, God, that would have been so cool to see. RJ Dakota Snow is a 4-letter dirty word. Yeah. Springbok Radio and Radar Orion. Yep. What do people think of the Kenwood R2000? I think it was a pretty good rig. It was a pretty nice rig back in the day. You just got to remind yourself that they're old rigs if you ever buy one used. I don't, I'm one of those that you shouldn't buy used rigs at a very high price. I got a Kenwood R5000 here. This radio has a flaw. All Kenwood R5000s eventually fail. All of them. It's not even a question of, oh, you're lucky or unlucky. No, it's a question of, no, it's going to fail. Don't worry. It does that little dot problem. So, you get problems over time. So remember that old radios are old radios. But the Kenwood R2000, it was a nice rig back in the day, and I think it was pretty good. Matt say, did anybody see the auroras on Tuesday night? It was visible to the naked eye right here in Denver that evening. Yeah, here it was cloudy, so I couldn't see anything. All I could see was all the pictures everybody shared. Yeah, 17840 was one, Matt. Back in the 80s, they had a couple of French language programs on 15320, I believe, which was also cool. RJ Dakota and I have picked up the national service of the English service and African service. Radio 5 started out of Springbok Radio. So many things. Kevin Michael, 2310, Shortwave, Australia night. Still, yeah. Man, Skillology, yep. That's what I love about Shortwave. You don't know what you're going to be able to pick up in a certain day. With internet radio, it's just not as interesting. If you're a program listener, of course, the internet brings you that capability, which is, of course, nice. To be able to listen to a broadcast like I just, had Radio Australia. But it's the way it works is, And like we talked about earlier, the programming. We mentioned about how Radio Australia in the 80s was catered to a shortwave audience. The internet stuff is local. It's not the same thing. A couple of things make it difficult, Jean Arrache. Of course, if you're a program listener and This is where Tubruk Tim often mentions. If you're a program listener, today is complicated because there's not that much. If you're a DXer, or if you don't mind listening to all sorts of weird things, including weird signals and digital stuff, there's still a lot of fun to be had on shortwave. But it all depends where you are on that spectrum of what I want to listen to. And also, the noise is the hobby killer. I wouldn't be surprised that most people that abandoned the hobby because it became too noisy. And it was like not fun anymore to listen to anything. You know. Skynet, if disaster strikes, we're all glad we have this technology and able to operate it. Yep. Matt says, with the internet, it's almost too much. Although an app like Radio Garden helps to make things manageable. Just go around the earth, pick a city, and what location stations are live streaming. Yeah, and we talked about it also so many times. One of the biggest problems on internet streaming is, we're guys that like to know where it comes from. So when you're on shortwave and you listen to something, if it's a relay, well, it comes from, say WRMI. We know it's coming from Florida. If it's not, Radio Romania, well, it's coming from Romania. We can pinpoint where. The problem with streaming is a lot of streaming that come, like Radio Garden, you're going to go into, Nigeria, and you're going to click a Nigeria stream, but it doesn't necessarily come from Nigeria. You clicked on Nigeria because it's a Nigerian, community radio or whatever, but nobody's telling you that, well, you know what, it might be streaming from New York, or from somewhere in the United States, or from Europe. You don't know where that stream comes from. It doesn't necessarily come from, when you're listening to an actual, government official broadcaster, okay, you know that it's probably coming from that area. But outside of that, I can ask someone in Europe to do Canadian radio and broadcast it from France. You don't know. And that's where I find it sad. It'd be fun to always know, okay, this stream comes from that place. It'd be kind of fun to know that, Toast and Loaf, channel 3-4 in red. Matt says, I had a green LED clock radio back in the 80s. Yeah, was green or red. It's pretty much. Different Gear TV, happy Saturday. Nearly time to add the Christmas decorations. I'm thinking about it on Sunday. I might put my Christmas tree up. RJ Dakota, I have 2 hours of Radio Australia from 95-80 shortwave recorded from cassette to mini SD cards recorded by the Texan ICR 110. Cool. Kevin Michael has 27025. Guys blowing up my radio. Man. Mike WX50. I bought another Kenwood R1000 from eBay a few years ago. I had one back in the early 80s and logged lots of stations back then, but sold it. Yeah. It's just... But, it's fun to tune around with the stuff. Skillology, I'm starting to stop my shortwave hobby too because I don't pick up much shortwave broadcast stations. There's a lot of things to improve it, and that's the problem is from inside, or even from, I just look here at how noise is creeping up all the time. Even if we would say stay at the same level of noise, of noise, sorry, of a number of stations around, our noise floor is creeping up. We're losing stations we can hear simply because the noise is too high. You know, when I go to the parks in the summertime and I listen to so many things, it's like, God, I wish I could listen to all of those broadcasts that easily at home, but I can't. I hear 10 times what I hear on shortwave here in broadcasts when I'm in a park with low noise. So, you know. This is where you have to diversify also. That's why I listen to utilities and all sorts of other things, because that's where you can hear all sorts of other things that and countries that, you know, might not be on the air, but they are on utilities. You will hear them, or, you know, once again, it depends what you're listening to and what you want to listen to. There are program listeners. There's people like me that are like, I listen to anything. If you tell me that I'm going to hear a beep, 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 beep sound from Mars, I'm in. Let me know where and when and how. I'm in. I will be there. This is so cool. It comes from Mars. Yeah, but it's just beep, beep. I don't care. It's just so cool. It comes from Mars. That's me. For a lot of people, are like, well, it's just beep, beep. I don't care about that. It's like, yeah, okay. It depends what you want to hear, and that's the thing. That's the one that is the thing. What are you interested in? Skynet. These are every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. We've been on for what, 4 hours and 17 minutes now. So every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time, this show is here, and we do talk about radio, we tune the bands, we do all sorts of things. So, you know. And don't forget, guys, if you like what I do, super chat, give a little something. Much appreciated. Helps out, helps me continue. There's, of course, the Pizza Fund, and Paul the Cat Treats. Cat Treats. Through PayPal on this email, and of course official shortwaveradio@gmail.com also works. Thank you, guys, and do think about it. If you've never given anything, if you are here all the time and enjoy all the time you spend here, this takes a lot of time, and this is something that I do every week. You enjoy it. It costs me money. I have to have better equipment. I buy new stuff all the time because, sometimes you got to replace things. I had to replace my antenna and so on. Think about it. It is really what keeps the show going. You have no idea how these donations you people have been giving have helped me continue through the last months. And don't forget that everybody that donates a little something, any amount, you know what? In December, Santa is going to have 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships to give away, plus a surprise box, which will be a big surprise. So thanks, everybody, for that. You know what? We're talking... so Jean Arash says, sometimes I feel I need to learn Mandarin to listen to what's available. You know what? That and what Tosanov is saying, I hope they come up with a translator app that can do that. I have pretty successfully used the Google Translate app on my phone to put in text what they are saying on a broadcast. When the signal is good enough, you'd be surprised how well that works and how you can follow a broadcast. Now, it'll be fun to have maybe a translate in a language that you, like a voice talking to you in your favorite language. That'd be a lot of fun too. But, it's pretty cool. Has anyone seen the Apple TV Plus show Pluribus? It starts with a radio signal received from outer space. Pretty interesting. Okay. Skidology, yep. At a park in the summer with a telescopic antenna, you get like 30 or more stations in the day. Where at home, there's so much noise you don't get that much. Yep. It is sad for that, though. Because we all want to do our radio listening at home, if possible, you know. Doug, thank you, Doug, for the donation. Much appreciated. Ricky can see here hams on 17 meters. Kevin Michael, I've noticed that the shortwave band goes dead in the afternoon, but great in the morning. That other day it was cold, my radio was hot. You know, I got a second chance somewhat in my listening when I got the MLA 30 and the loops that enabled me to regain some of my shortwave listening. So you know. Okay, we have Mike B that just emailed a picture. 2 cats that showed up out here in the farm. They seem to like provolone cheese and bacon. So, provolone cheese. I like that. So, yeah, okay. Here's, we'll try to put it in a way that we can see. So, at the top of the stairs, we could see that there is a cat waiting to come in. And on the balcony, we could see that there's another cat here, probably eating. So, kind of cute. Well, you know, they're enjoying that. That at least you're kind of taking care of them a little bit, and it's kind of cool. Andrew DXer, today I was DXing for NAVTEX stations across Europe. Call me nerdy, but I was having lots of fun. And yes, I also like listening to beeps on the radio. Yeah, that, you know, some of us are like that, and we kind of like it. I came across, there's a few things I need to look a little more into. I came across a NAVTEX transmission in Greek and English from SVO Greece, and one from TAH Turkey, and I need to find some kind of schedule for that. Because I was like, oh, I didn't know they had NAVTEX. It's not written. Most of and they're on the channel marker frequencies, like 8424 and 8432 is the other one. And it was like, I was listening to the Morse code, and it was like, suddenly it changed into NAVTEX, and I was like, whoa, this is NAVTEX. And I finally, I fired up FLDG, and it's like, well, look at that. Greek and English, that's kind of interesting. So it's kind of cool, you know, and it is cool to listen to those. You know, when I hear the NAVTEX transmission from Iqaluit, Nunavut, it's so cool. This comes from Nunavut, Canada, up north in the Arctic Circle. This is so cool, you know? Ricky, provolone and bacon. Yeah, in French we would have a very nice one with that charcuterie. That is good. That is good. Kevin Michael, getting 17946 with aircraft USB mode right now. That's where I heard when I was in my my urban de-expedition at, I think it was Perry Island. I was at back in the time, many years ago, before the pandemic. I have the video online. That was the frequency I was tuned to, and it was one of the Caribbean frequencies here in North America, one of the Caribbean routes for aircraft. and they had a passenger that had a heart attack on the plane while they were in the air, and there was a phone patch with a doctor to assess what should be done with that passenger. And it was like just being in the middle of, you never know what's going to happen. You're in the middle of the action here. There's something happening. Somebody's having a heart attack on a plane 30,000 feet up. And it's just so cool, Yeah, that is true. Navtex is very good even with low signals. And so, you know what? The one of the best I've seen lately, Madrid DXer, is not in Navtex, but the Canadian Coast Guard broadcast on the 2 megahertz range on 2749 was coming from Nova Scotia. And it was so funny and now they're not, I guess the danger is gone. But about a month ago, I was hearing them saying, so they have this like sécurité, which is the word they use for security. And then they were saying ghost ship. And they were giving longitude and latitude, saying ghost ship with no crew on board, drifting on that, in that range, to be careful if you're with your boats. And I was like, oh, this is so cool. Getting a warning of some ghost ship in the Atlantic Ocean with no crew on board, just going about. It was like, okay, that's kind of interesting. And I started looking on the internet for that, and it was like, oh God, there's thousands of ghost ships on the seas. I didn't know that. I knew there were some, but I didn't know there were like that many. There are thousands of ghost ships with nobody on board, just going adrift everywhere on the seas. It's like, oh God, this is dangerous. Sounds like it's dangerous. But it was the first time I heard them say something like that. It was like, okay, sécurité, ghost ship seen with no crew on board. And they were giving the coordinates where it was seen the last time. And I was like, okay, that's not good. I don't think. So there's a lot of stuff. When you listen regularly, you get into all sorts of stuff that's like, oh, look at that. Might be with any luck, these two cats might turn out to be a Mr. Paul situation for me. Take your time. You never know. They look like they could be. Might be. Honestly, if give them time. Be nice with them. Try to give them better food than provolone and bacon, though. But you never know. Kevin Michael, I get Navtex on QESDR. Can get it on my radio too far, maybe. Huh. Andrew DXer, I know there were ghost ships caused by the Japanese tsunami back in 2011. Who knows? Maybe you picked up one because there was one, I think, not far from the Canadian coast a while back. Yeah, because I know one thing is when there are big storms, like really, like in the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, there's a lot of boats that just get, they just get blown out to sea, and they don't necessarily, sink. A lot of them actually survive, and they're just ships at sea with nobody on board. There's a lot of that apparently. So they showed up unannounced. They look like they are kind of, friendly from what I see. Ricky says, that's how my sister got her cat. He adopted her family, started hanging out in their yard, decided one day to go just their house. Two broke Tim, who pays for WebSDR? Well, the website is maintained, I believe, by the ones who do, like, the KiwiSDR stuff. I think the website is maintained by those that actually sell the KiwiSDR. But for the rest, it's the people that decide, like, if I would get a KiwiSDR, I just put it online and that's it. And I'm the one paying for, you know, the radio and whatever it costs to operate it, the electricity and so on. But I think the website itself is maintained by the people behind the Kiwi SDR devices that are sold. Shanarash Ghost Shifts, isn't this where all of those drones seen over European airports come from? Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird moment. I can tell you that. Kiwi SDR. I don't know. Here in Canada, I checked because I would have loved to have one, but I mean it's like $700 or $800 Canadian here. That's a lot of money. Just go to the Kiwi SDR Mike WX50. Go to Kiwi SDR page and check for their Kiwi SDR. They sell them. They have a link where they sell them there. And but they're, you know, anybody can put one up and then link it to the Kiwi SDR. That's possible. There could be an SDR owner that has a donate button. Absolutely. Matter the last emergency situation I received was when in Marsat DXing, I received a message asking a doctor to attend a ship off the northwest coast of Africa. You know, it's pretty crazy. It's interesting all that you can get through if you spend some time. If you spend some time listening and spend some time diversifying the hobby, meaning not just listening to a specific thing all the time, like focusing on broadcasts only. What you can get out there is very, very surprising. And this is what's keeping me on the hobby, honestly, is the fact that I concede, you know, all that I hear and all that I can decode. And of course the DX aspect of it, like even if it's a bip, if you're telling me that this comes from, you know, Mongolia, it's like, oh wow, this is cool. A bip from Mongolia. This is so cool. Propagation is from Mongolia. You know, it's and that's me. It depends on everybody. Definitely. Oh, God. So, hey, everyone. I want to thank you all for being here. It was a lot of fun today. We're 4 hours and a half. I have to eat. I have to edit the 38th anniversary show for the International Radio Report. And so I will be doing all of that and taking my time. So, Mike WX50. So, you see, $519 US is like 800 Canadian. Kind of expensive for that here. So I want to thank you all for being here. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for being here all the time. Thank you for the donations, everybody. And we'll be back next Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time once again. And we'll be tuning to bands and checking out what's out there. And just having fun with radio. It's always cool to have all of you here. Without you guys, there wouldn't be a show. So, you know, it's great to be here. And, you know, time flies. I mean, 4 hour and a half. And I mean, I didn't even see time go fly by, you know. So, thanks, everybody. Thanks for the donations. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being great fans. See you next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time. Stay safe. I want to see you there. And take care. And tune the radio. Try something this week that you might have never have seen or heard before. And it's, you know, it's where you will diversify that hobby and maybe make something out of it that's just great, that you'll, you know, it will turn you on. So stay safe, everybody. Craig, I for some reason I don't feel it tonight for Moscow Nights. But let's try to focus for next Saturday and try to do it. and I'm gonna get in the mood of Moscow Nights to do the best possible interpretation of Moscow Nights that I can do. So thanks everybody. Stay safe, and see you next Saturday, 20 hours Universal Time, right here. Bye everyone. Tyrannonites, oh god, that's gonna be depressing. Tyrannonites. Take care, guys.